Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Coyote Stadium at Coastal Alabama Community College, Bethany campus for today's matchup featuring the Calhoun Community College Warhawks and your Coastal Alabama South Coyotes. We begin with today's starting lineups for the Warhawks. Leading off and playing center field, number 3, Kiera Hall. Batting second and playing second base, number 26, Kinley Holcomb. Batting third and playing left field, number 23, Abigail Tucker. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 8, Macy Humber. Batting fifth and playing shortstop, number 28, Macy Hancock. Batting sixth and catching, number 13, EJ Cornelius. Batting seventh and playing third base, number 14, Addison Wallace. Batting eighth and playing right field, number 7, Aaron Barker. Batting ninth as VP, number 6, Corey Campbell. And pitching today for the Warhawks, number 27, Kaylee Williams. The Warhawks are led by head coach Bart Stephenson, are assisted by assistant coach Joey Crumpton, and Kate Holcomb and coach Sydney Hall. And now for your Coastal Alabama South Coyotes. Leading off and catching, number 13, Sydney Carpenter. Batting second and playing third base, number 17, Kaylin Parker. Batting third and playing second base, number 5, Taylor Hines. Batting fourth as a DP, number 16, Hazen Hansen. Batting fifth and playing left field, number 23, Caroline Nathis. Batting sixth and playing right field, number 25, Gabby Miller. Batting seventh and playing shortstop, number 6, Charlotte Lobster. Batting eighth and playing first base, number 4, Tracy Taladana. Batting ninth and playing center field, number 27, Grace Langston. And for today for your Coastal Alabama South Coyotes, number 2, Lauren Mount. The reserves for tonight on double 0, 3 is Ryan, number 3, Brady Corley, number 8, Leah Hale, number 10, Riley Bennett, number 11, Emma Olive, number 12, Abby Davis, number 15, Haley Johnson, number 18, Anna Griggs, number 21, Sam Daniels, and number 44, Caitlin Jimmy. The Yotes are led by head coach Mallory Rabbit, by Coach Bull Hayes and Coach Caitlin McCree. Please stand for the playing of our national anthem.
For the second consecutive day, ACCC Softball on a Saturday afternoon as Coastal Alabama South Softball hosts Calhoun Community College. A beautiful afternoon with some wind blowing from the right to the left as Coastal South looks for a 4-game sweep over the Warhawks today. Hi, everybody. David Haney on the call for you on JockJive Sports. You're watching JockJive on YouTube at JockJive.com. Live from Bayman, Alabama, an overcast day with some sprinkles in the area, but we should be good to go for 2 games today as Coastal South looks for the weekend sweep over the Warhawks. Lauren Mounts will get the start for the Coyotes here in Game 1, just as she did yesterday. The Coyotes swept the Warhawks across a doubleheader yesterday, highlighted by a Game 2 5-inning no-hitter from Anna Griggs. First career no-hitter for Anna Griggs. Again, a 5-inning 11-0 shutout. Coastal South won 7-3 in Game 1. Calhoun in the blue uniforms with white lettering and numbering, with Kiva Hall leading things off against Lauren Mounts. Coastal South 26-14 on the year, 8-6 in the conference. Calhoun Community College 19-14. They are 6-8 in the ACCC. That's the Alabama Community College Conference. We're set for action here. First pitch, and we're underway. Called strike from Lauren Mounts. A little early here, 3 minutes before our scheduled start time. Pitch just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. We mentioned Coastal South hosted Calhoun yesterday here in Bay Minette, Alabama. Calhoun was the home team across both games. All 4 games of the regular season being played here in Bay Minette, Alabama. That's a called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just caught the outside part of the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Trying to get Hall to chase here. She does not. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In yesterday's Game 1 victory, Lauren Mounts pitched all 7 innings, allowed just 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Kiva Hall was 2 for 4 in that game, fouls this one off to stay alive. We'll go through the defensive starting lineup just a moment for Coastal Alabama. The Coyotes out-hit Calhoun 10-6 in Game 1 yesterday, led by a 3 RBI game from Caroline Mathis. This one popped out of play behind the first base dugout. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. We mentioned the no-hitter thrown yesterday evening by Anna Griggs, the southpaw. Coastal South won 11-0, a run rule victory. Griggs allowed just 1 base runner and 16 batters faced. Popped up, foul territory, playable. First baseman will make the play. That is Gracie Toledano. And that is out number 1. The defensive starting lineup for Coastal South. From left to right in the outfield, Caroline Mathis, Grace Langston, and Gabby Miller out there. Around the horn in the infield. At third base, Kaylin Parker. Shortstop, Charlotte Lottinger. Second base, Taylor Hunt. And first base, Gracie Toledano. Behind the plate, catching for starting pitcher Lauren Mounts is Sydney Carpenter. Kenley Holcomb fouls that one back. Batting from the left side. Holcomb was 1 for 4 with a run scored in Game 1 yesterday against Coastal South. The Coyotes are excellent here at home during the 2025 season. 16-5 on their home field. They're also riding a 6-game win streak. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Lauren Mounts has earned a Conference Pitcher of the Week honor this season. Outstanding right-hander for the Coyotes head coach, Mallory Radwidge. Poked foul behind the third base bag. Just out of reach. Glad to have you along on your Saturday afternoon. Again, both games broadcasted live on JockJive.com here on the same stream. This one poked foul again. No balls and 2 strikes here against the second baseman, Kenley Holcomb. Abigail Tucker waits on deck. The Warhawks are led by Bart Stevenson, the head coach. Today is sophomore day for the Coyotes, celebrating several sophomores leaving the program at year's end. So a nice crowd here at the Coyote softball field. Wind howling from right to left here. This one poked to left field, right to the left fielder. 2 up, 2 down here for Coastal South. Caroline Mathis did not have to move out there.
Playing left field, number 23, Abigail Tucker.
Abigail Tucker will bat from the left side as well. Coastal South looking for a 1-2-3 inning to start things here. Swept Calhoun yesterday across a doubleheader, looking for the same results today to keep this win streak rolling. Popped up on the first pitch to center field. And a 1-2-3 scoreless top of the first for Coastal South. We'll be right back on JockJive.com. Welcome back to JockJive.com. You're watching ACCC Softball. Saturday afternoon, Calhoun Community College takes on Coastal Alabama South. We are live in Bay Minette, Alabama. Not to be confused with the Coastal Alabama North Coyotes in Monroeville. Coastal North on the road taking on Marion Military in Marion, Alabama today. Starting pitcher for Calhoun Community College is Kaylee Williams. Williams pitched yesterday in game 1, pitched an inning and inning and 2/3, allowed 4 earned runs off 4 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, had a problem with the strike zone. And Sydney Carpenter, who has a lot of pop, will lead things off. Carpenter behind the plate catching for Coastal, did have a home run yesterday in the doubleheader. Lefty pitches to Carpenter, and it's a ball inside to start the bottom of the first inning. A 1-2-3 scoreless first for Coastal South. Coastal South's offense rolled in game 2 yesterday. 3 home runs were hit in game 2, and that one hits Carpenter, and Carpenter will take her base. First base runner of the game, and it brings up Kaylin Parker, another player with a lot of pop. Parker and Carpenter hit home runs yesterday in game 2. Coastal South had 4 extra base hits in that 11-0 victory. A run roll win. Both teams members of the Alabama Community College Conference. And Parker calls time. Looking over her card. Head coach Mallory Radwich, also the third base coach. Giving Parker some instructions here. Again, Kaylin Parker has a lot of pop. See if she's swinging away. She's not. Shows bunt. And she went around, missed the pitch. Strike 1. Base runner at first base. Sydney Carpenter, who was hit by a pitch to start things here in the bottom of the first. Humid Saturday in Bay Minette, but with some breeze and cloud coverage. Again, a few sprinkles in the area. Had some sprinkles on my drive in. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to the third baseman, Kaylin Parker. Parker, a sophomore from Gulf Shores, Alabama, one of the several sophomores that's being honored for Sophomore Day today. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count. Calhoun looking for a victory this weekend over Coastal South. Coastal South would love to go into next week with a 4-game win streak. Throw down to first. Back in standing up is Carpenter. Some Calhoun Community College fans in attendance thought Carpenter was picked off. Counts 3-1 now to a great hitter in Kaylin Parker out of Gulf Shores, Alabama. About 45 minutes down the road from Bay Minette. Here's the 3-1 offering. Outside, and that is ball 4. First 2 have reached here for the Coyotes. And brings up Taylor Hunt, the second baseman. Taylor Hunt was 1 for 3 with an RBI in Game 1 yesterday afternoon. Followed that up with a 1 for 4 performance in Game 2. Opportunity here for the Coyotes against the starting pitcher for Calhoun, who struggled with the strike zone yesterday, issuing 3 walks in an inning and two-third innings. Kaylee Williams, the lefty. A hit by pitch and a walk starts things here in the bottom of the first inning. Showing bunt, Hunt pulls back, it's ball 1. Hunt will likely show bunt again. She does. Pulls back. That one is called a strike. Two hits yesterday for Taylor Hunt across both games. An opportunity here with no outs in the bottom of the first inning. Good bunt here by Hunt. Third baseman fields it. And over to first. That is a 5-4 sacrifice bunt. 2 runners now in scoring position. And it brings up Payson Hansen, the designated player here in Game 1. Hansen did not appear in Game 2. Was 0 for 2 with a walk in Game 1 yesterday. Still looking for her first hit of the weekend series against Calhoun. That ball just low as the sun beginning to poke out here. Here's the 1-0 offering on the way from the Warhawks. Called strike. Calhoun Community College out of Tanner, Alabama. Small town of the state. Reminder that these 2 games are conference games. 1-1 pitch, change up. Catches the strike zone. The first Coyote to be down in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Strikeout would be huge here for the Warhawks, and just misses off the plate. A little low as well. As the standings read, Coastal South sitting in 3rd in the ACCC standings. 8-6, that one in the dirt. Good stop by the catcher. Counts now full 3 balls and 2 strikes with a base open at first base. Caroline Mathis waits on deck for Coastal South. And that one in the dirt, spiked, and Carpenter breaks for home. In there safely. Coastal South's on the scoreboard. The wild pitch allowed Hansen to advance to second, so runners stay put at second and third with Carpenter coming in to score. Meeting in the circle. We'll go back to our standings talk. Coastal South sitting in 3rd in the current conference standings with an 8-6 record. Wallace State Community College Hanceville leads with an 11-3 ACCC mark. Meanwhile, Calhoun Community College sitting down there in 8th place in the current standings. So Coastal South, you could argue, favored across this 4-game series this weekend. Caroline Mathis with 2 runners in scoring position. A run already home here. Still no hits on the board. Pitch outside for ball 1. Coastal South, a walk, hit by pitch, sacrifice bunt, and then a walk and a wild pitch. And it's 1-0 Coyotes. Coyotes coming off an 11-0 victory yesterday. Ground ball to third. Looking the runner back was the third baseman, Addison Wallace, who makes the play at first. As Kaylin Parker danced around for a moment at third, stays put. It's a big second out for the Warhawks. Keeps those runners put. Gabby Miller steps up. A lot of speed out of the left-handed batter's box. Miller At one point this season was the NJCAA Player of the Week after winning Conference Player of the Week honors. Takes a pitch high for ball one. There was a base open at first, but I imagine Calhoun's just trying to get out of this inning with just one run allowed. Miller will show bunt, pull back, and does actually. Home plate umpire actually said she did not swing. She did pull back just in time. Counts 2-0. Again, Calhoun Community College starting pitcher Kaylee Williams walked 3 and just 2 innings of work yesterday out of the bullpen. That was in game 1. She's issued 2 walks and a hit by pitch so far here in game 1 on a Saturday. Wind still blowing out. Left to right, Miller ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes with a base open at first base. And Miller does lay down a bunt. It's on the plate. Home plate umpire calls it foul. 2-man umpire crew here for this doubleheader today. A little surprised to see Miller lay down a bunt there with a 3-0 count. Thought she would take all the way, as Williams has been struggling with a strike zone early on here in game 1. Game 2 will start in approximately 25 to 30 minutes following this one. As Miller's aboard, bases are loaded for the Coyotes.
Now Ben, number 6, Charlotte Lottinger.
7th Coyote to bat here in the inning, Charlotte Lottinger, who homered yesterday in game 2. Bases are juiced here for the Coyotes. 1 run home. Big bat at the plate here from the 7th spot in the lineup. First pitch is a called strike to Lottinger. Coastal South looking for win number 27 on this season. Meanwhile, Calhoun looking for their 20th victory on the year. Big swing and a miss, strike 2. Oh, 2 here to Charlotte Lottinger with the bases loaded. Big pitch is outside. Seeing if Lottinger would chase there. Again, Calhoun Community College led by head coach Bart Stevenson. Coastal South led by Mallory Radwich. This one splits the gap in right center field. It will drive home at least 2. Here comes Miller around third to throw up the line. In time, the ball comes loose. A lot of contact. Miller is safe at the plate. And the runner will stay put at second. Big contact between E.J. Cornelius and Gabby Miller at the plate. Cornelius slow to get up. Here comes the athletic training staff. The ball came loose. Miller was safe at home, so a 3-run double here for Charlotte Lottinger. It's 4-0, and E.J. Cornelius shakes it off, gets a round of applause, and tells her head coach she's all right. I believe the training staff still going to check on Cornelius out of precautionary reasons. Charlotte Lottinger laced one to right center field. It rolled all the way to the wall. The throw back home forced Cornelius up the line, and Gabby Miller and Cornelius collided hard. The ball did roll away, so Miller was safe at the plate. A 3-run double for Lottinger. And the training staff still checking on E.J. Cornelius, the starting catcher for Calhoun. Hopefully she is okay. And again, she receives a round of applause. Looks like she's staying in the game now. Bart Stevenson having a conversation with the home plate umpire here. It looked from our vantage point like it was just inadvertent contact. Again, the throw brought Cornelius up the line, and Miller was there. And the two collided. Unfortunate play, but nothing on purpose there. Long conversation here between Stevenson and the home plate umpire. It's 4-0 here in the bottom of the first. And that conversation has concluded, it looks like. Lottinger's had a big series, a home run yesterday, a 3-run double here today. In game 1, she was 1 for 2 with a run scored and a walk, so she's been on base a lot this series. 8th Coyote to bat, it's Gracie Toledano. And she takes a pitch low for ball 1. Great to see EJ Cornelius stay in the game. Hard contact. Shook it off and still catching behind the plate. Props to that young lady. Big inning here for the Coyotes. Ground ball to first, just foul up the line. And that is strike 1 to the first baseman for Coastal South. Grace Langston, the 9-hole hitter, waits on deck for Coastal South. Coyotes would love to bat around here in the bottom of the first inning with 4 runs already home. 2 balls and 1 strike, a long inning here. 4 runs home, and Coastal South only has 1 hit in the inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball to third. And it's a foul ball, says the home plate umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Had a lot of spin up the line. And where the third baseman, Addison Wallace, fielded the ball, it was in foul territory. The initial bounce was in fair territory, but as soon as it hit the dirt, it spun into foul territory. Home plate umpire was right there on top of it. That counts even. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Toledano thought about it. Takes it outside. The count's full. Again, base open at first base. Lottinger on second here. A 2-out bases clearing double for Lottinger. Extends the lead 4-0 against Calhoun Community College. Payoff pitch on the way from Calhoun. It's outside, ball 4, and it brings up the center fielder, Grace Langston. Ball gets away, and now Lottinger's caught up in a rundown. The Warhawks will not get the out. Nobody covering the bag at third base, and Lottinger slides in at third safely. Meanwhile, Toledano advances to second, so a base hit will likely score 2 more Coyotes here. It looked like Calhoun was going to get out of the inning with an out on the base paths. Instead, Toledano sees an open third base, slides in safely before the left fielder can come in and tag her out. Big opportunity here for Grace Langston with 2 runners in scoring position. Called strike to the lefty. Sydney Carpenter started this inning with a walk. She waits on deck. 0-1 pitch, and that is fouled off the bat. It looked like it was going to run in and hit Langston, but she had the bunt sign. It goes off the barrel, foul. Again, a very cloudy day in Bay Minette. Not expecting a lot of rain, if any. Maybe some sprinkles, but we should be good to go. Ground ball to short, off 1 hop. Here's the play, in time. And that ends the inning, but 9 Coyotes come to the plate, 4 score. It's 4-0 as we go to the second inning.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
We'll go back to Bay Minette, Alabama. You're watching JockJive Sports on YouTube. Goes to Alabama South versus Calhoun Community College. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. David Haney on the call for you today. Excited to have you along on your Saturday. Coastal South looking for a 4-game sweep over the Warhawks this weekend right here on the Coyotes softball field. Swept Calhoun across a doubleheader yesterday. Looking good early on here in Game 1 today. A 4-run first inning off just 1 hit. 9 Coyotes batted in the bottom of the first. A bases clearing double from Charlotte Lottinger extends a lead 4-0. Lauren Mounts back on the mound, coming off a 1-2-3 scoreless top of the first. Macy Humber will lead things off, the cleanup batter for the Warhawks.
Number 8, Macy Humber.
So Mounts now pitching with the lead. As we start the second inning, the wind still blowing in from right field. You see that American flag howling towards the fans, and some dirt now hitting the fans. Time called by the batter. It's a windy day in Bay Minette. Off-speed pitch just misses the zone down for ball one. And Lauren Mounts asking the home plate umpire, was that low? He said yes. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Smoked out to left center field, racing back Langston at the wall, can't get it. And Calhoun Community College is on the scoreboard. A solo shot in the top of the second inning. It's 4-1. Coyotes still lead. The cleanup batter starting the second off with a literal bang to left center field. Drove that ball over the wall.
Number 28,
First hit of the game for Calhoun Community College. And now brings up Macy Hancock. So Macy Humber with a home run. It's 4-1 Coyotes lead. First base runner, first run, first hit for the Warhawks. And now Mounts trying to shake it off. Pumps in a strike to Macy Hancock, the starting shortstop. Here's the pitch, popped up, out of play near us here in the press box. And the count's no balls and 2 strikes. You may have heard the ball hit on top of the press box here. Sophomore day here in Bay Minette as the Coastal Alabama softball program honors several sophomores leaving the program at the end of the season. This one smoked up the line, but foul. Hancock all over that pitch. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Season beginning to wind down. Still several home games left. If you've not caught softball here at Coastal Alabama, come out to Bay Minette. Beautiful facility. As that pitch is outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. In fact, the Coyotes are back home next Thursday against Shelton State for a Thursday doubleheader at 1 o'clock Central Time. Another pitch outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In total, still 8 more home games left for the Coyotes following today's doubleheader. 2-2 offering. Third straight pitch outside. And Hancock has worked it full after being down no balls and 2 strikes. A leadoff solo home run for Calhoun. And now the count is full to Hancock. Stays alive, pops it foul into the crowd. We've mentioned the wind several times. 80 degrees outside with some humidity. A wind advisory in effect until about 3 o'clock. Might have an effect on pop-ups. Another payoff pitch here from Mounts. It's inside, called, third strike. Hancock looks at strike 3, thought it was inside. Home plate umpire immediately calls her out. And that is out number 1 here in the top of the second inning.
Number 13, EJ Cornelius.
EJ Cornelius, who had a huge hit at the plate last half inning. Glad she stayed in the game. Her and Gabby Miller collided at home. Following that bases clearing double from Charlotte Lottinger. Hard hit. Cornelius was shaken up for a moment, but stayed in the game, finished out the inning, and now she's at the plate. Looks at strike 1. That one right down the middle, strike 2. Oh, 2 pitch from Lauren Mounts. And chasing, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3 straight strikes and a strikeout for Mounts.
Number 14, Addison Wallace.
Addison Wallace now the batter with 2 outs on the scoreboard. 4-1 the score in the top of the second inning. Conference rivals going at it. Calhoun and Coastal Alabama South. First pitch is inside to the third baseman for ball 1. Addison Wallace has made a couple of good plays at third base already in this game. Looking for her first hit and her first at-bat today. 1-0 pitch. Catches the plate, strike 1. Calhoun Community College again out of Tanner, Alabama. They will return to action next Thursday at home against Northwest Shoals. That one hit to right field. Well hit. Racing over is Miller, and she makes the play for out number 3. But the Warhawks get one back, a solo home run to lead things off in the second inning. It's 4-1. Coastal South leads. ACCC Softball. Alabama Community College Conference. Calhoun Community College versus Coastal Alabama South. David Haney with you. Again, thank you for joining us on your Saturday. This is the first game of an afternoon doubleheader to wrap up a 4-game weekend series between these two teams. A 4-1 first inning for Coastal South has set the tone of the game. It's 4-1 following a solo home run in the top of the second from Calhoun. Macy Humber with a solo shot to deep left center field. So for the second time in 2 innings, leadoff batter Sydney Carpenter will lead off an inning. Coyotes sent 9 batters to the plate in the first. Carpenter came around to score following a walk and a wild pitch. Pitch outside, called a strike to Carpenter. Again, Carpenter a leadoff batter for Coastal South, but does have some pop. Don't be surprised to see her get into one. Here's the 0-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Easy take there for Carpenter, who's playing catcher in this one. Spoke briefly to head coach Mallory Radwich of Coastal South last night about yesterday's victory. She said she was very proud of the girls' focus throughout both games, hit the ball hard. Coyotes were not stringing together hits in Game 1, but had a big 11-0 victory in Game 2 with several home runs. Counts 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Carpenter. She also talked about the stellar pitching performances from Lauren Mounts and Anna Griggs. Again, Griggs had that Game 2 no-hitter in 5 innings. Mounts pitched the entire game. Carpenter down on strikes. A good start here for Calhoun in the bottom of the second inning. Brings up Kaylin Parker. Might hear the wind on the crowd mic. It has been blowing since we got here today. Primarily from right to left in the outfield. That one just off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Kaylin Parker was hit by a pitch her first time up today. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. I tell you what, Kaylee Williams looks like a different pitcher here in the second inning. Allowed 4 runs off just 1 hit. Several walks and a hit by pitch in the first inning. Counts 2 balls and 1 strike following a strikeout to Sydney Carpenter. Pitch catches the plate. Even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the second here. Game one of an afternoon doubleheader. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts. Starts the second inning.
Now batting number 5.
My goodness, 2 up, 2 down here for Kaylee Williams. He's pitching with some confidence now, pumping strikes. Taylor Hunt will bat. Hunt laid down a successful sacrifice bunt. Her first plate appearance. Grounds it to short off 2 hops. Should be a 1-2-3 scoreless second. It is a big inning there for the Warhawks. And the score remains 4-1.
Played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Welcome back to Bay Minette, Alabama. 4-1 the scores. We start the third inning. A 1-2-3 scoreless second inning for Calhoun Community College. Keeps the Warhawks within striking distance. 3 runs the deficit. Looked like it was going to be Coastal Alabama all day long following the first inning, but a solo home run and a scoreless second in the pitching circle has kept Calhoun alive here in the top of the third. Still plenty of time left. Lauren Mounts back on the rubber for her third inning of work. Aaron Barker will lead things off here for Calhoun. First at bat for Barker today. First pitch to start the third. He's in there for a called strike. Barker went 1 for 3 in game 1 yesterday, and just like all of her teammates, hitless in game 2, a 5-inning no-hitter, which saw Coastal win 11-0. Fouled back, and Mounts is quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes against Barker. Mounts gets her signs from the third base dugout. Here comes the 0-2 offering. Swung on and missed. Another strikeout for Lauren Mounts. Good way to start the top of the third inning.
Now batting number 6, Corey Campbell.
Corey Campbell, the designated player, now bats, the 9-hole hitter for the Warhawks. Called strike to Campbell. Quick score update for you. Coastal Alabama North softball losing 3-0 in game 1 against Marion Military in Marion, Alabama. Another called strike here. 5 pitches, 5 strikes so far for Lauren Mounts this inning. Both Coastal Alabama baseball programs also in action today. The Coastal Alabama North Coyotes losing 3-1 at home in Bruton, Alabama to Marion Military. That is game 1 of an afternoon doubleheader. And Coastal South baseball taking on Calhoun and Tanner, Alabama. They are leading 1-0. Fouled back, staying alive is Campbell. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, first at bat of the game for Campbell. Only 1 hit so far for both sides. That one hits the knob of the bat. No, it hits the forearm, says the home plate umpire. And the Warhawks have a base runner here with 1 out in the top of the third inning. No argument from the third base dugouts. 1 out base runner following the first hit by pitch of the game from Lauren Mounts. Top of the order comes up for Calhoun. Kiva Hall leads things off 0 for 1. Pops this one out of play behind the first base dugouts. On top of the first base dugout, rather. Hall, the center fielder for the Warhawks. We'll talk things over with third base coach for a second, and now heads back to the plate. As Sydney Carpenter and Lauren Mounts wanted to have a discussion near the pitching circle. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike to Hall. First time through the order, Lauren Mounts allowed just 1 hit and struck out 3. Did not issue a walk. One pitch popped out of play again by Kiva Hall. Did that several times. Her first AB as well. Great crowd on Saturday here for Sophomore Day. Stands are full just below you in the camera. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Mounts. Popped again, 3rd straight time, out of play behind the first base dugout. Hall making a lot of contact, swinging on some pitches outside of the plate. Line score right now, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for Calhoun. 4 runs, 1 hit, no errors for Coastal South. Grounded up the line, 3rd, but it rolls foul just before Kalen Parker fields it. Coastal South would love a double play here to end the top of the 3rd inning. Second at-bat of the game for Kiva Hall, looking for her first hit in this one. Here's the 1-1 pitch once more, way outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Or excuse me, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two off rain, line to center field. It's down, base hit, gets by the center fielder for a moment, and it allows Campbell to advance to 3rd base. Likely will go down as a single and an error. We will see, but nonetheless, runners on the corners here in the top of the 3rd inning. Calhoun in business. It brings up the tying run, which is Kinley Holcomb. A base hit for Kiva Hall to center field. It goes through the legs of center fielder Grace Langston for a moment. And again allows Corey Campbell to advance to 3rd base. Does go down as an error and a single on that last play. Pitch outside to Kinley Holcomb. Holcomb now representing the tying run at the plate with just 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Coastal South opened this game with a 4-run first inning. Slow ground ball. Gonna be a tough play. Catcher fields it. Not in time. Bases are loaded for Calhoun. An infield single. Back-to-back hits. Kinley Holcomb reaches first safely. Nothing Sydney Carpenter could do there behind the plate. That's just a tough play, especially with a speedster running out of the left-handed batter's box. Another lefty comes to the plate. Abigail Tucker with the bases full. We've seen 1 bases clearing hit already in this game. That was Coastal South in the bottom of the 1st. And now Mallory Radwich wants to have a conversation with Lauren Mounts and the rest of her infield. Likely going over what the play is here, depending on where the ball is hit in the infield. 4-1 still the score, just 1 out on the board, and the bases again loaded. 3 straight Warhawks have reached following a strikeout to start the inning. Corey Campbell reached on a hit by pitch to start the rally here in the 3rd. And then Kiva Hall laced a single to center field that got by the center fielder, Grace Langston. It allowed Campbell to reach 3rd, a single and an error on that play, and now an infield single from Kinley Holcomb, and the bases are full of Warhawks. Abigail Tucker, the 3-hole hitter, at the plate from the left side. Three hits in the game for Calhoun, out hitting Coastal 3-1 in this game. This one driven to right field, right to the right fielder Miller. Here comes the runner from 3rd. It's up the line. A sacrifice fly and an RBI, and it's 4-2. Some of the fans want Coastal South to throw the ball to 3rd. Thought the runner left early. And we will see If Coastal South doesn't indeed throw to third, they will. Mallory Radwich wants her pitcher to do so. No signals from the umpires. And the home plate umpire says she did not leave early. It was close. You can go back and watch it. But it was, from our vantage point, looked like the runner did leave third just a tad early. Don't believe an umpire was watching at the time, but a sacrifice and an RBI nonetheless. And it's 4-2 here at the top of the third inning. First pitch outside to the cleanup batter who went deep her last time up. Macy Humber hit a deep home run to left center field to put the Warhawks on the scoreboard. Fouls this one back into the netting. Woodball into one strike. JUCO softball on JockJive.com. Saturday afternoon, live on YouTube. David Haney with you today. We'll be live with you for Game 2 as well. Again, approximately 25-30 minutes between games here. Both games will be broadcasted live on the same stream, so don't go anywhere. That one falls in there for strike 2. Tying run at second base, go-ahead run at first, and the go-ahead run hit a home run earlier in this ball game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And this is down near the feet of Humber. Lauren Mounts has to be careful with Humber here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There is a base open at first base. Macy Hancock waits on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Mounts. Driven to deep left field, but foul. Had home run distance. Would have given Calhoun Community College the lead, but just slices to the left of the foul pole down there in left field. Two balls, 2 strikes remains the count here. Mounts with the pitch. Pop to right field. Racing over Gabby Miller. Makes the play. Leaves 2 runners on base. However, Calhoun chipping away here. It's 4-2 at the end of the top of the third inning. Payson Hansen leads things off, the designated player and cleanup batter here in Game 1 for Coastal South. It's 4-2. Calhoun Community College chipping away at the lead. 1 run in the second, 1 run in the third after Coastal South hit the scoreboard with 4 runs in the first inning. Calhoun managed a 1-2-3 scoreless bottom of the second, looking to do the same here against the 4, 5, and 6 hitters of the Coastal South lineup. First pitch to Hansen outside for ball 1. Hansen reached on a walk her first time, later came around to score on a bases-clearing double from Charlotte Lottinger. She's ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes here. Kaylee Williams looked like a different pitcher for Calhoun in the second inning, was pumping strikes and managed a 1-2-3 scoreless second inning after struggling with a strike zone in the first and allowed 4 runs. Again, Coastal South still only has 1 hit as we start the bottom of the third. That one fouled up the line. Counts 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the offering from the southpaw for Calhoun. Grounded up the line. Third, off the third base bag. That's a fair ball. An infield single for Payson Hansen, who's reached base twice in this one. Good job by the shortstop right there, Macy Hancock, for fielding that ball and keeping it from rolling up the line. Would have likely been a leadoff double for Hansen if she was not there backing up the play. Ball rolled right off the third base bag, went into the air, and shortstop Hancock backhanded it. Kept Hansen at first base. Caroline Mathis showed bunt, pulled back for ball one. Catcher E.J. Cornelius faked a throwdown to first to keep Hansen right there. 1-0 pitch, another bunt shown, pulls back, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. See if Mathis can run into one here. Had a home run yesterday against these Warhawks. Here's the 2-0 pitch to the left fielder. Bunted foul behind the plate. We mentioned today is sophomore day. A lot of sophomores on the roster for Coastal Alabama South. A lot of talented sophomores playing their final season in Bay Minette. 3 balls and 1 strike. Good hitters count for Caroline Mathis. Total of 9 sophomores on the roster for Coastal Alabama South. Will be honored between games. And that pitch is high. The first 2 have reached here in the bottom of the third. That's exactly what Coastal South needed. Gabby Miller, who's a great bunter, has a lot of speed from the left-handed batter's box. Bats here with no outs and 2 runners on base. Miller at one point National Player of the Week earlier this season, about a month ago. Miller will show bunt. Pulls back, it's ball 1. Similar look so far to the first inning in this game for Kaylee Williams, struggling to find strikes here in the third. Looked excellent in the second inning. Back to throwing balls here in the third. Miller shows bunt, pulls back. It's a called strike anyway to even the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. An infield single for Payson Hansen leads things off here in the bottom of the third. A walk to Caroline Mathis. And it's Gabby Miller who lays down a bunt but rolls foul behind the plate. Miller now down to the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Let's see if she's swinging away here. Again, if you do bunt it foul with 2 strikes, you're out. Goes down as a strikeout for the pitcher. Have to be careful here. Last thing you want to do is lay down a bunt and go foul with 2 runners on. Miller does swing and swings through the pitch for out number 1. Strikeout for Kaylee Williams. 3rd strikeout of the game for Williams, who's allowed just 2 hits, 4 earned runs. She has walked 5 in this game. Williams sitting at 60 pitches, just 28 for strikes. That one in there for strike. Charlotte Lottinger, the batter for the Coyotes, lined a double to the right center field gap her first time up, cleared the bases. It was a 3-run, 2-out double. In the dirt, good stop by the catcher Cornelius. Keeps those runners put. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lottinger can hit to all fields as she showed in the first at-bat of the game. Another ball in the dirt, another good stop by Cornelius. Lottinger's double to the gap was not a high-flying double either. It was a line drive all the way to the wall. She smoked that ball. Eventually saw Cornelius and Gabby Miller collide at home plate. Cornelius did drop the ball. Allowed that 3rd run to score. That one just missed the zone. Cornelius now asking the home plate umpire, where did that miss? And the Calhoun fans letting the umpire crew hear about it. And now time has been called, and One of the coaching staff still barking at the home plate umpire a bit as he walks out to the circle. Thought that was strike 2. Instead, it's 3-1. So a meeting with the infield here. Williams again at 64 pitches, 29 for strikes in this one. 5 walks, just 2 hits allowed. She has struck out 3. Meanwhile, Lauren Mounts has 54 pitches for Coastal South, 40 for strikes. She has been pumping strikes, the Calhoun Warhawks. Good hitters count for Charlotte Loninger. Already 3 RBIs in this game. Another RBI opportunity with Payson Hansen on second base. Caroline Mathis, the runner at first. Popped to left center field, and it's caught by the shortstop. A massive out number 2 here.
Number 4, Gracie Toledano.
See if Toledano can do something here with 2 outs. A strikeout and a pop out after the first 2 have reached. Exactly what head coach Mallory Ravitch does not want to see. Advance the base runners and score them. First 2 reached, and they have not moved since then. First pitch to the first baseman outside, maybe in the dirt a little bit. 1 ball, no strike. Toledano walked her first time. Was later left stranded on base. 1 ball, 1 strike. 9 Coyotes reached in the first inning. Just 3 3 were at the plate in the second inning. So far in this one, 5 have come to the plate. Bottom of the third inning, leading by 2 runs. Sun trying to poke out here in Bay Minette. Ground ball to third, it's fair. Throw over in time. And Coastal South strands a pair of base runners here in the bottom of the third. We're heading to the middle innings. 4-2 the score. Coyotes lead.
You see an empty field. We see a world-class tournament. We see an amazing wedding day. An empty stadium becomes a music festival. We see a blank canvas. We're the people who bring the biggest events to life. Discover event planning at Coastal Alabama Community College.
You're watching JockJive Sports. Lauren Mounts back in the circle for her 4th inning of work. So far has been throwing a lot of strikes. Has allowed 2 earned runs, however, in each of the last 2 innings. 3 hits, 2 earned runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts for Mounts, 54 pitches, 44 strikes. She has faced 13 batters. Mounts did throw a complete game in Game 1 yesterday, where Coastal South won 7-3. Coyotes lead 4-2 here as we start the middle innings. Shortstop Macy Hancock leads things off for for Calhoun Community College. In the top of the 4th, 5-6-7-2 up. First pitch to Hancock is in there for strike 1. Hancock struck out her first time up. Lines this one to left field. Base hit, leadoff single for Calhoun. Good start to the 4th. Calhoun has been chipping away at the lead here. Looks like we're going to have a substitution as the head coach, Bart Stevenson, comes to talk with the home plate umpire with his lineup card. Number 32 will bat here for Calhoun. Also looks like we're going to have a pitching change. So we'll step aside. New pitcher, new batter coming up here on JockJive Sports. New pitcher and a new batter here. The top of the fourth inning. As Lauren Mounts' day is done, Sam Daniels comes in for Coastal South on the rubber. And we'll get to Mounts' final numbers here following this first pitch from Daniels, the freshman. Guess shows bunt. Abby Guess is the pinch hitter for Calhoun here. Pinch hitting for E.J. Cornelius. Lauren Mounts finishes with 3 innings of work, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts. She will not be in line for the win if Coastal South can hang on here. Sam Daniels, a freshman out of Opelousas, Louisiana. Do apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Never heard of that city. And that says it hit her, says the home plate umpire. And the crowd did not like it, as you may have heard. And now Mallory Radwich is going to have a conversation. Looked like the ball was in the dirt and bounced, and it hits Guest, the pinch hitter. And now the umpires are going to talk about it. Even the batter, Guest, thought it was in the dirt, was a little surprised. The home plate umpire said, take your base. No signal from the home plate umpire just yet. And they're going to keep the call. Wow. So the first 2 have reached here in the top of the fourth, brings up the go-ahead run at the plate. Addison Wallace will bat, the third baseman. Radwich still having a conversation with the home plate umpire. Believe it was called a hit by pitch. Not exactly sure what he called. And it was called a hit by pitch on a ball that looked like it bounced in the dirt. Daniels, a freshman in their first season. The relief pitcher for Coastal South. Pitching with some traffic on the bases here in the top of the fourth inning. We've mentioned Coastal has allowed Calhoun back into this game after going up 4-0 in the first inning. Called strike to Wallace. Wallace 0 for 1 in this game. Hancock, the runner at second base. This one bunted foul. Abby Guest, the pinch hitter. The runner at first base. Sam Daniels quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. The same week that Gabby Miller was named Player of the Week for Coastal South about a month ago, Daniels was named the Conference Pitcher of the Week. She's had some success in her first season as a Coyote. 0-2 offering. Sails a bit for ball 1. Tying run at first base here, top of the fourth inning. No outs for Calhoun Community College. 1-2 pitch, another high pitch. Evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is right fielder Aaron Barker. And that one hit Wallace. Bases are loaded here for the Warhawks. And now the home plate umpire says foul ball, hit the knob. And now the Calhoun coaching staff is hot. Oh my goodness. Marge Stevenson now going to have a conversation. Not a great inning if you're an umpire, especially a home plate umpire here. Addison Wallace should come back to the plate. It's a foul ball, says the home plate umpire. And for the second time this inning, the umpire crew is going to have a conversation about the call. So a questionable hit by pitch call, and now a questionable foul ball call. Back-to-back batters. And they're going to stick with a call. Ooh, and now the Calhoun Community College coach may have just been tossed. It may have been a warning, may have been an ejection. It was a weird signal by the home plate umpire. And I believe he has been ejected. Not sure if that's Bart Stevenson or the assistant coach. It looked like he was walking off the field. Still waiting to see if it was an ejection or a warning. back-to-back questionable calls. First, it was the questionable hit by pitch that allowed Abby Guest to reach first. The very next batter, Addison Wallace, thought she was hit by the pitch and said it was called a foul ball. And still waiting to see if it was an ejection or a warning. And again, not sure if it's Bart Stevenson, the head coach, or one of his assistants, but somebody was hot on the Calhoun coaching staff. Does look like it was a warning instead, but not entirely sure just yet. We'll see if we get word later on. Can't see into the first base dugout. That's why we're still not sure about it. Counts now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Daniels to Addison Wallace. No outs. Coastal South needs a strike in the worst way right here. That one lined foul. Likely would have been ball 4. Do want to confirm it was an ejection. So the home plate umpire did eject one of the Calhoun Community College coaches. He has left the field, and he will not be available for game 2 either. Payoff pitch once more for Sam Daniels. Popped foul down the left field line, out of play. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Looked like it was assistant coach Joey Crumpton who was ejected for Calhoun. Bart Stevenson is the third base coach. Popped up, foul territory. Sydney Carpenter gives it a look, and it falls just out of play. So I do want to confirm Bart Stevenson still in the game, the head coach for Calhoun Community College. He is the third base coach. His assistant Joey Crumpton was just tossed out of the game after a questionable foul ball call on what may have been a hit by pitch. 2 very questionable calls at the plate in the same inning that's gone both ways for either team. Another payoff pitch is in the dirt. The bases are loaded. And the Warhawk fans are getting loud, as you may hear on the crowd mic.
Now back, number 7, Aaron Parker.
Big spot here for Calhoun. Looking to tie the game or even potentially take the lead with no outs and the bases loaded, trailing by 2. First pitch is a ball. Daniels struggling with the strike zone early on. Just checked into the ball game 2 batters ago for Lauren Mounts, who allowed a leadoff single to left field. Aaron Barker, the batter, fouls it back. Strike 1. What a ball game here. Game 1 of an afternoon doubleheader. It looked like Coastal South was going to run away with it, judging by just the first inning alone. 4 runs crossed home plate. But since then, it's been all Calhoun. 1 run in the second, 1 run in the third, and the bases are loaded with no outs here in the 4th. 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 2. That's a big strike there for Sam Daniels. A strikeout or even a pop-out will be massive for the Coyotes right here. You can tell both fan bases getting antsy here in Bay Minette. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed out of the catcher's glove. It's called a foul ball. Aaron Barker just, and I mean just, got a piece of it, and Sydney Carpenter could not hang on to the foul tip. Barker stays alive. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch. And drops behind the catcher, Carpenter. Here comes a run. And Calhoun has cut the deficit to 1. A wild pitch, ball 2 to Barker. It allows Hancock in to score, and it's 4-3. Coyotes still lead, but the go-ahead run sitting at second base, tying run at third. Base open at first. Count is 2-2. Here's the pitch. It just misses high. Counts full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, there is a base open at first with a 9-hole hitter on deck. Corey Campbell, the designated player, waits on deck for the Warhawks. Payoff pitch. Fouled back. Barker putting in a heck of an at-bat right here. 3 straight innings that Calhoun has scored at least 1 run. Still no outs on the board for Coastal South. After going ahead early, 4-0 in the first inning. Another payoff pitch on the way. And it's inside, ball 4. 4 straight Warhawks have reached to start the 4th inning. Here comes designated player Corey Campbell. Abby Guest, the runner at third. Wallace, the runner at second. And Barker, the runner at first base. And the entire Coyotes defense going to have a conversation right here in the circle. This is a captains-led meeting right here. No coach in the circle for Coastal South. Going over what they want to do defensively here. Do you cut down the tying run at home plate on the force? Or do you try for a double play for 2 outs? Still no outs on the board. And now Mallory Radwich is going to have a conversation with her pitcher near the line. Freshman Sam Daniels. The infield gathers once again from the circle, and we're actually going to have another pitching change. So we'll step aside again. Pitching change here for Coastal South, the second one of the inning. New pitcher for Coastal South Coyotes. It's Anna Griggs, who pitched the 5-inning no-hitter yesterday for her first career no-hitter. That was in Game 2 against the Warhawks, where the Coyotes won 11-0. Griggs, a freshman from Headland, Alabama. Third pitcher for head coach Mallory Radwich in this game. Third pitcher of this inning. For Coastal South, Sam Daniels was unable to record an out in 3 batters faced. She walked 2, hit another. Lauren Mount started the inning, allowed a leadoff single before being pulled. Tying runs at third base, go-ahead run at second base. Bases are loaded here for the Warhawks with no outs. 9-hole hitter and designated player Corey Campbell at the dish. Down to the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Griggs, a lefty, the first lefty that Calhoun has seen today. We're unable to record a hit against Griggs in yesterday's game. Popped up, out of play, behind the plate. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Right now, Mallory Radwich, the head coach of Coastal, just looking for strikes. Pitch off the plate, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So far, 2 walks, a couple of hit-by pitches, and 4 hits. So far for Calhoun Community College. Trailed 4-0 after 1, have scored 3 straight across the last 3 innings. Gabby Miller races over, diving, it's hit, just foul. Coastal South probably happy that went foul. Would have likely been the tying run on a sacrifice fly. Again, the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes here to the 9-hole hitter and designated player Corey Campbell. Calhoun out hitting Coastal South 4-2 in this game. And Campbell, a pesky at-bat here against Anna Griggs, the third pitcher used here in game one. Top of the order on deck for the Warhawks. Tying run at third base. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Just getting a piece was Campbell. This inning has seen it all so far. A couple of questionable calls behind the plate by the home plate umpire. That's gone both ways for Calhoun and Coastal. We've seen an assistant coach ejected this inning from Calhoun. This one popped up. This is a big out, and the first baseman, Toledano, makes the play. That is out number one, and a big one at that. Toledano fields it in foul territory. The wind did play a part in that one. Was howling from right to left, and it blew the ball right back to the line. But the first baseman made the grab. Score remains 4-3. Kiva Hall singled her last time, grounds it up the right field line, but foul. Kiva Hall smoked a single to center her last time up. She's 1 for 2. If she does that again, Calhoun has at least tied the game here. Anna Griggs, the story yesterday after the 5-inning no-hitter. Her first appearance in the doubleheader today. One batter faced, and she has recorded an out here in the top of the 4th inning. Pitch off the plate. 1 ball in, 1 strike. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error so far for Calhoun. 4 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Coyotes. Center fielder Kiva Hall, the batter. The tying run sitting at third base. There is a called strike. Nice pitch there from Griggs. A lot of horizontal movement on that one. Crosses home plate at the last moment. Almost looked like a cutter if you're watching baseball. One-two offering. Ground ball to second. Taylor Hunt fields it. Will go to first. But Calhoun has tied the game. An RBI ground out for Kiva Hall. It's 4-4. Nothing Taylor Hunt could do there. You could make the argument she could throw it to home, but there's no sure out there, and Hunt was playing back a bit. Calhoun would have likely scored anyway. Make sure you get the out and then reset offensively next half inning. Kinley Holcomb bats from the left side with 2 runners in scoring position. The infield in here for Coastal South. Ground ball to third. Here's the throw across the diamond, and time. And Coastal strands 2 runners. 4-4, brand new ball game. Bottom 4 coming up here on JockJive Sports. Grace Langston leads things off here, 9-1-2, 2 up for Coastal South here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Brand new ball game as Calhoun pushes across 2 runs at the top of the frame to tie the game 4-4. Calhoun has scored 4 unanswered runs here after Coastal South put together a 4-run first. Just 2 hits in the game for Coastal South. And although Kaylee Williams has struggled with the strike zone, she has kept her team in it. 2 hits, 4 earned runs, all coming in the first. 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. Langston, who from the 9-hole, 0 for 1. Her first time, her second at bat in the game, looks at strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike here. Top of the order on deck, Sydney Carpenter. Struck out her last time, was hit by a pitch her first time. Bunts it foul for strike 2. Langston, a lot of speed out of that left-handed batter's box. Quick shout out to Coastal Alabama Vice President Dr. Lonnie Burnett tuning into the broadcast today. Watching the Coyotes take on Calhoun Community College as Coastal South Softball looks for a 4-game sweep this weekend here in Bay Minette. Counts full to Langston, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Coastal South with a lot of a leadoff base runner here after Calhoun tied the game last half inning. Ground ball to second. Tosses it over in time for out number 1. Sydney Carpenter comes to the plate. Again, Carpenter did have a home run yesterday in Game 2. One of 3 home runs hit in Game 2 for Coastal South. Carpenter 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch. So far, this is her 3rd plate appearance against Kaylee Williams. Ground ball to third on the first pitch. 2-hopper right to the third baseman, and a strong throw by Addison Wallace. 2 up, 2 down here for the Coyotes. Kaylin Parker now bats. Parker 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. She struck out her last time. Good ball game here early on here in Game 1. The momentum on Calhoun's side. First pitch to Parker. Just misses apparently. Coyotes will take it, ball 1. That one in the dirt. By the way, E.J. Cornelius did come back into the game. She was pinch hit for last half inning by Abby Guess. Cornelius, the starting catcher for the Warhawks. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Grounded up the line. Parker likely chased ball 3 there for strike 1. The big hit in the game, Charlotte Lottinger, a 3-run double in the first inning for Coastal South, and that's been pretty much the entire scoring for the Coyotes. They've been held quiet offensively over the last 3 innings. 2-1 pitch is outside of the dirt. Kayla Williams approaching 80 pitches, 79 currently, 37 for strikes. Has not thrown strikes consistently, however, has recorded outs when the Warhawks need them. Ball 4. A 2-out base runner as Parker works a walk. Taylor Hunt 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt. Looking to keep the inning rolling here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Parker the runner at first following the 2-out walk. In there for a strike to the second baseman. Taylor Hunt, a sophomore from Daphne, Alabama, right down the road from Bay Minette. In her final season as a Coyote. One of the several sophomores honored today. Throw down to first. Parker was off and running, steals the bag. A late steal there on the pickoff attempt. The first baseman for Calhoun was looking to tag her out, but instead Parker was halfway to second. Macy Humber had no idea that Parker was off and running. She was looking to tag her out at first. Following the throw down, now a base hit could likely give the Coyotes the lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-1 pitch to Hunt. Ground ball to third. Off the glove. Will Parker be waved home? She will. Play at the plate. And not in time. Coyotes have the lead. RBI single for Taylor Hunt. Advances to second on the throw. And it's 5-4 Coastal here. Payson Hansen singled her last time. She will bat. Another single here. And the Coastal Alabama Coyotes are extending the lead with Taylor Hunt running at second. Line deep left field. Will it stay fair? And it is gone! 2-run homer with 2 outs. And Coastal South with a massive bomb. Payson Hansen. 3 2-out runs have scored here in the bottom of the 4th. A deep home run that just stayed fair for Payson Hansen. It's 7-4 Coyotes. Wow! I did not think that ball was going to stay fair. It did. Just fair. The home plate umpire is right there on it, and there looks like there's going to be a pitching change. Calhoun was rolling, but a 3-run inning, all with 2 outs here. And Calhoun is making a pitching change. We'll step aside on JockJive Sports. New pitcher for Calhoun Community College. It's Trinity Britwell. After Coastal South unleashes 3 runs with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A 2-out walk worked by Kaylin Parker, an RBI single for Taylor Hunt, and then a 2-run homer from Payson Hansen, all with 2 outs, has given the Coyotes the lead. Once more, 7-4. With Caroline Mathis, the batter, against the new pitcher. Right-handed reliever for Calhoun. Again, Trinity Britwell, the pitcher. Mathis, a check swing foul on the first pitch. Down on the count, 0-1 here. Would love to keep this inning rolling here. All of a sudden, momentum has shifted from the first base dugout to the third base dugout. Coastal South has scored their first run since the first inning. 4-run first. They were scoreless until a 3-run 4th with 2 outs on the board. Popped foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left fielder, Caroline Mathis. Payson Hansen, the designated player, having a heck of a game. 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. She has also walked in this one. She has reached base safely all 3 times she's been up. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball to second on 3 hops rather. And the play at first is in time. A 3-run 4th, however, and Coastal's back out in front of Calhoun. 5th inning coming up on JockJive Sports.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
hits a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
You are watching JockJive Sports ACCC Softball on a Saturday afternoon. David Haney with you again. Thank you for joining us and spending your Saturday with us. An afternoon doubleheader. This is Game 1. Coastal South just retook the lead in the bottom of the fourth with 3 runs, all with 2 outs on the board. The big hit, a 2-run homer from Payson Hansen, the designated player. And now lefty reliever Anna Griggs comes back into the circle for her second inning of work. Griggs with a no-hitter yesterday in 5 innings. Came in for Sam Daniels, who relieved Lauren Mounts back in the fourth. And Griggs was able to record 3 outs and leave the go-ahead run at third base. Called strike to the first batter of the inning for Calhoun. It's Abigail Tucker. Tucker 0 for 2 with an RBI in this one. Trailing 7-4. Slaps it foul. Down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes. I imagine Anna Griggs pitching with a lot of confidence after yesterday. Her first career no-hitter. Freshman out of Headland, Alabama. Faces the heart of the order here, 3, 4, and 5 for Calhoun. Slaps it foul up the third base line. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Both teams 4 hits apiece, 1 error in this game. However, Coastal South with a 7-4 advantage in the top of the 5th inning. Coastal South just 9 outs away from a victory here in Game 1. Another foul ball, a lot of contact being made by the 3-hole hitter, Abigail Tucker. Third pitcher used today for Coastal South, Anna Griggs. Ground ball, back to the circle, shortstop fields it, not in time, however. That will be an infield single to lead things off as Calhoun, for the second time in this game, now working to chip away at the lead. Macy Humber had a big solo home run to start the scoring for the Warhawks back in the top of the 2nd inning. A deep home run right over the word Coastal out there in left center field. She bats here with a runner at first to start the top of the 5th inning. First pitch, line to right field, and just foul. Humber trying to go the other way against Griggs. Humber 1 for 2 with her RBI and run scored off the solo shot. Again, that started the scoring after trailing 4-0 after 1. It was back in the 2nd inning, then Calhoun pushed across another run in the 3rd, 2 more in the 4th to eventually tie the game 4-4 before Coastal scored 3 with 2 outs in the bottom half of the 4th. It's been a great ball game here in Game 1. Looking forward to calling Game 2 later on this afternoon. Line to second base, Taylor Hunt, who will go a short way to second. And that is out number 1 at the top of the 5th. Fielder's choice for Humber. For a moment, it looked like the second baseman, Taylor Hunt, was just going to go to first with it, but saw that the runner had to freeze on a line drive. So an easy out at second base. Great job by the shortstop, Charlotte Lottinger, to cover. Might have a pinch runner here for Calhoun. The batter is Macy Hancock, and we will have a pinch runner. Number 33 has checked into the game. Kathleen Keene, the Hartselle, Alabama native, a freshman, will run at first base for Humber. 1 out, runner at first in the top of the 5th inning. Macy Hancock, the shortstop, the batter against Griggs. Called strike on the outside half of the plate. And again, the Calhoun fans did not agree with that strike call. Calhoun Community College out of Tanner, Alabama. Game 3 of a 4-game series this weekend. Ground ball to second. Taylor Hunt flips it to second for one. Here's a throw at first, and not in time. Almost a 4-6-3 double play. But good speed by Hancock keeps the inning alive here. Another fielder's choice. Brings up E.J. Cornelius, the catcher. She was pinch hit for her last at-bat. So Cornelius just 0 for 1 with one plate appearance. She struck out her first time. In there for strike one. Tell you what, Anna Gregg's pumping strikes since coming in from out of the bullpen last inning. She's induced 3 ground balls this inning. One went for an infield hit. This one slapped to right field. Gabby Miller with a diving play in right field, and that ends the inning. Miller flashes the leather, and Coastal South, leading 7-4, goes to the bottom of the 5th with a 3-run lead.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Crafts got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Welcome back to Bay Minette, Alabama. Calhoun Community College versus Coastal Alabama South. 7-4 the score as we start the bottom of the 5th. Gabby Miller with a heck of a play in right field to end the top half of the 5th. A diving play on a line drive. She will lead things off here. How many times do you see a player make a great defensive play and then lead off the next inning with at least a hit? Miller leads things off from the left side here against Trinity Britwell, who's on for her second inning of work from out of the bullpen. Run rule in effect. 8 after 5 is the run rule in the NJCAA, National Junior College Athletic Association. And Miller's aboard. The speedster on the first pitch she's hit. Brings up Charlotte Lottinger, who has a 3-run double in this game. Big gap in left center field. She splits the gap right here. Gabby Miller will score from first. She has a lot of speed. She might be off and running, attempting a steal here to lead things off in the bottom of the 5th. The Coyotes looking to add on. More score updates for you here. Coastal Alabama South baseball now trailing 9-7 in game 1 of a doubleheader against Calhoun in Tanner, Alabama. Lottinger shows bunt, pulls back, or actually got a piece of it foul. Coastal Alabama North baseball trailing 6-4 against Marion Military at home. Coastal Alabama North softball, looking to find the scores there. Looks like it's still scoreless against Marion Military in Marion, Alabama. Oh, 1 pitch with a runner at first. Miller had a big lead. Throw down to first. Back in safely. The second baseman covering. First baseman Macy Humber, who checked back into the game after being pinch run for last inning. She was running in to protect the bunt against Charlotte Lottinger, the shortstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. A ball in the gap likely extends the lead here with Miller running at first after being hit by a pitch. Good bunt, right back to the circle. Throw to first, in time. Miller's going to break for third, and she's in safely. We just mentioned the speed. A sacrifice bunt for Lottinger, and Miller is at third base. The left fielder had to come cover the bag at third, prevent the run from scoring. Ball sailed over to the third baseman there. And a ground ball likely scores Miller here. Miller arguably the quickest runner on the team. And she did not hesitate rounding second base. She was breaking for third the entire way. Sacrifice bunt for Lottinger. It's one out on the board. Runner at third base. Slapped foul by Gracie Toledano. Sun is out here at Bay Minette. It's been out off and on throughout the day, an overcast day with some wind. Some small showers in the area, but we should be good to go for game 2 later on today. Called strike. No balls, 2 strikes. To the starting first baseman, Gracie Toledano. Toledano 0 for 1 with a walk here in game 1 today. Game 1 today, game 3 of the weekend series between Calhoun and Coastal. Ground ball to second. Miller will hold at third. The play at first in time. A little surprised Miller was not off and running on the ground ball. It was a slow ground ball to second. Nonetheless, Grace Langston will bat now. Langston 0 for 2 from the 9-hole in the lineup. An RBI opportunity here with 2 outs. Calhoun would love to leave that runner at third base. First pitch is way outside for ball 1, an easy take for Langston. Burtwell gets her signs. 1-0 offering. Showing bunt up the line. This is going to be a tough play. Barehanded pickup. Not in time. An RBI infield single for Grace Langston. And it's 8-4 Coastal. A great bunt by the center fielder. A barehanded pickup by Britwell. But too much speed from Langston. And Miller is home. Sidney Carpenter, the top of the order, comes up. Carpenter 0 for 2 with a run scored and a strikeout today. Looking to extend the lead now as Coastal leads by 4 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Off-speed pitch in the dirt. Good stop by Cornelius behind the plate. 5 hits apiece for both sides in this game. Competitive ball game here, and we still have another game to go later on today. Pitch outside, 2 balls, no strikes. To Carpenter. Good hitters count for a good hitter at the plate. Coastal Alabama South electing to wear their home whites on sophomore day. Another ball in the dirt. Langston was thinking about breaking for second there. Forces a throw down at first. And she's back in safely with Carpenter ahead in the count. 3 balls and no strikes. Big pitch coming here for Britwell. And it almost hit Carpenter. That's ball 4, 2 on now. Reminder, Coastal scored 3 runs with 2 outs on the board in the 4th inning. That was 1 inning ago. They have 2 runners on here. With a good hitter at the plate and 2 outs on the board, there's going to be a conversation in the pitching circle. Does not look like a pitching change here. Looks like assistant coach Kate Holcomb going to have a quick conversation with Britwell. Reminder, Joey Crumpton, the assistant coach for Calhoun, was ejected from the game a few innings ago. Bart Stevenson has 3 assistants under him on his staff. Home plate umpire going to go break up the meeting. Caitlin Barker, the batter with 2 on, 2 outs here. Looking for some insurance runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Barker is 0 for 1 with a pair of walks and 2 runs scored. She's also struck out in this game. Fourth plate appearance for the third baseman. Here's the first pitch. Parker pops it up. Should be playable. Shielding her eyes from the Suns. The shortstop, the second baseman's there to make the play. Great play there by Calhoun to end the inning. Holcomb, the second baseman, runs all the way over, saw her shortstop struggling with a son, makes the backhanded play, and Coastal South scores one, leaves two. It's 8-4 as we go to the sixth inning. Coastal South 6 outs away from a victory.
Now bat.
8-4 the score as we start the top of the sixth inning. Addison Wallace 7-8-9 due up for Calhoun here against reliever Anna Griggs in this game. Griggs has looked very strong from out of the bullpen. Has tossed 2 innings, has allowed just 1 base runner. She's forced a lot of ground ball outs. And pumps a strike to start the sixth inning. Again, Coastal South, as we mentioned right before the ad break, 6 outs away from a Game 1 victory to go up 3-0 in the series. Ground ball to second. We've seen a lot of those here since Griggs came in. Easy play for Taylor Hunt, who has a sure glove at second base, and that is out number 1.
Now bat. Number 7, Aaron Barker.
Aaron Barker bats for Calhoun. 0-for-1 with a walk and a strikeout today, the right fielder for the Warhawks. Beautiful day for softball. A big crowd as that one screams up the first base line for strike 1. Again, if you've not caught a Coastal Alabama South softball game, come out to the facility. A beautiful facility. You can hang out on the hill in right field and center field if you want, or sit in the comfortable seats in the stands. Quickly ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Anna Griggs here to Aaron Barker. Off the catcher's mitts high there. Sydney Carpenter could not corral that pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. May have been some confusion on the pitch there from Carpenter as Griggs was smiling. Likely a cross up there. Nonetheless, the count's 1-2 here with 1 away. Bases empty as Calhoun trails by 4. Pitch outside, count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Griggs likes to attack the outside half of the plate to right-handed batters. It forces a lot of weak contact to the right side where Taylor Hunt, the second baseman, has made several plays since Griggs has came in. That's where Carpenter sets up again. And Barker fouls it away. Nine sophomores will be honored between games for Sophomore Day today. Still several home games on the schedule. Another ground ball to second. Hunt fields it and makes the play just in time. 2-4-3 ground outs. Start the sixth inning. And the Coyotes are 4 outs away from a Game 1 win.
Now bat. Number 6, Corey Campbell.
Designated player Corey Campbell will bat here for the Warhawks with 2 away. Griggs again continuing to attack the outside half of the plate against right-handed batters. Popped up, playable in foul territory. And a 1-2-3 scoreless inning for Anna Griggs. Bottom 6 coming up here, live from Bayman.
Played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Trinity Brutwell back in the circle for her third inning of work from out of the bullpen for Calhoun, trying to keep the Coyotes in check here. A 4-run lead as we start the bottom of the 6th inning. Taylor Hunt will lead things off here for the Coyotes. Again, David Haney on the call with you today. First game for me for Coastal Alabama softball, and they've had a great game to call. Started with a 4-run first inning for the Coyotes, and then Calhoun eventually tied the game in the top of the 4th with 2 runs after scoring a run in both the 2nd and 3rd innings. Coastal South then answered with 3 runs, all with 2 outs in the bottom half of the 4th, added an insurance run in the bottom of the 5th, and that's where we're at, 8-4. Here, the big player, Payson Hansen, who will bat this inning, the designated player, 2 for 2 with a 2-run home run and a walk in this game. Hansen is on deck behind Taylor Hunt. Second baseman Hunt's been busy defensively. Leads things off here in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch in the dirt off the shin and kneecap of Taylor Hunt, and she will take her base, a hit by pitch. So Coastal South starts this inning the same way they did the 5th. And we're going to have a pitching change. Third pitcher on the way out for Calhoun will step aside here, bottom of the 6th inning. Bay Minette, Alabama on JockJive.com. New pitcher for Calhoun Community College is Destiny Trevino. Third pitcher used for head coach Bart Stevenson. Trevino, the right-handed thrower on the rubber, will face Payson Hansen, the designated player who's had an outstanding game in this one. 2 for 2 with a walk and a 2-run homer her last time up to deep left field. Bats here with Taylor Hunt aboard at first following the hit by pitch in the bottom of the 6th inning. Coyotes looking for insurance runs here. Hansen showed bunt, may have pulled back just in time. Home plate umpire said that she did. Now the check on the swing, and the infield umpire says she did not hold up in time. So the count's no balls and 2 strikes to Hansen. Likely not bunting here with 2 strikes to her name. Popped up in the infield. First time today that Calhoun has retired the designated player. Payson Hansen. Caroline Mathis now bats with Taylor Hunt running at first base and one out. Mathis 0 for 2 with a walk today. 4-run lead for the Coyotes in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch is just high for ball 1. Both teams have used 3 pitchers. Trevino, a freshman out of Tuscumbia, Alabama. trying to keep her Warhawks in the game. Within slam range, it's 4 runs. 2 balls, no strikes here to the left fielder, Caroline Mathis. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Calhoun today. 8 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Coyotes. Mathis way ahead, 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0 count inside, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Mathis, and now a runner in scoring position for Coastal with just 1 out, and Gabby Miller's the batter. Miller's uniform is more orange than it was white to start. She has been diving all over the field, including the outfield and in the infield. Miller, a great player, playing right field in this one. She's 0 for 1 with 2 runs scored and a walk. Looks at strike 1 there. Here's the pitch. Way outside, easy take there for Miller. Base hit to the outfield, likely scores Taylor Hunt from second. Hunt's got some speed out there. Again, the Coyotes looking to extend their 4-run lead entering the final inning of the game. Miller ahead, 2 balls and 1 strike now. Trevino attacking the outside part of the plate against the left-handed batter. A ground ball is no sure out either. Miller, one of the quickest players on the team. Called strike, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another easy take there for Miller. The count's now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Charlotte Lottinger, who already has a bases-clearing double in this game, waits on deck. Payoff pitch on the way from Trevino. Way outside to the backstop. That's ball 4. And the bases are loaded once more for Lottinger.
Number 6, Charlotte Lottinger.
Lottinger double to right center field back in the first inning that unloaded the bases and has an opportunity to really put this game out of reach. And another visit to the circle from head coach Bart Stevenson. Not sure if this is going to be a pitching change or not. He has not signaled to the home plate umpire that there's going to be a pitching change. And now he looks back to the first base dugout and heads that way. Trevino will stay in the game. Lottinger 1 for 2 with that bases clearing double back in the first. Can put this game out of reach with a base hit right here. Taylor Hunt on at third. Mathis the runner at second, and Miller a lot of speed over at first. Here's the first pitch. And it's high and away for ball 1. Have to throw strikes here for Calhoun. Good hitter at the plate. And that hitter, Lottinger with an RBI hit by pitch. And the score is 9-4. Still just 1 out. Huge insurance run there for Lottinger, her 4th RBI of the game. Gracie Toledano will be the batter, and we will have a pitching change. We'll step aside. Second pitching change of the inning. Coastal leads by 5 here in Bay Minette. New pitcher for Calhoun is Katie Lou Allen, who will take on Gracie Toledano, number 4 versus number 4 here with the bases loaded, just 1 out. First pitch is in the dirt. A good stop again behind the plate for E.J. Cornelius, who's been busy back there. A grand slam right here would end the game due to the run rule. 8 runs after 5 innings. Quickly ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Again, just 1 out on the board. And the bases are juiced. 1 run already home here following the hit by pitch with the bases loaded from Lottinger, the shortstop, who has 4 RBIs in this game. Lottinger represents the game-ending run at first base. This is blooped to second base. Right field, it falls. It scores at least 1. Here comes Miller. A 2 RBI single for Toledano. And it's 11-4. All of a sudden, Coastal Alabama 1 run away from ending this game early.
Now back to the Oaks. Number 00, Ryan.
3 Ryan, the pinch hitter here for the Coyotes, will bat for Grace Langston. First pinch hitter of the game for Coastal Alabama South. Ryan, a freshman from Theodore, Alabama. Base hit likely ends the game early due to the run rule. Coastal South leads by 7, 11-4. The only runner that matters is at second base. Lottinger, the runner. First pitch to Ryan. He's in there for a strike. Toledano, a 2-run single to right field. Her run does not matter at first base. All-speed pitch is high for ball 1. 1-1 the count to the pinch hitter, who again is batting for Grace Langston. In the 9-hole, top of the order on deck. Coastal South had a run rule win against Calhoun in Game 2 yesterday, 11-0 the final. Mallory Radwich now wants time. It looks like she might have a pinch runner at second base for Lottinger. Again, Lottinger represents the game-ending run here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pinch runner will be, it looks to be number 10, Riley Bennett. Freshman from Prairieville, Louisiana. So Bennett now represents the game-ending run at second. It's a 2-1 pitch here to the pinch hitter, Ryan. Called strike on the inside half of the plate. Brianna Ryan, freshman, trying to end this game. The bottom of the 6th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count. Off-speed pitch is away, ball 3. Waiting on deck, top of the order, Sydney Carpenter. Big pitch coming here for Calhoun Community College. On the way. It's inside, ball 4. And it brings up the top of the order. Hard contact right here. And the game is likely over. Still just 1 out. Carpenter, who again has a lot of contact at the plate. One of the best hitters on the team. Going to have a pinch runner. Actually, Langston's going to check back into the game to run at first base. And we will have another pitching change here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll step aside once again. Another pitching change for the Warhawks. Third pitching change of the inning for Calhoun Community College. It's Bailey Mills, who's on to try and prevent the game-ending run at third to score. Tough task ahead with Sidney Carpenter at the plate, and the bases are loaded. Runner at third base is Riley Bennett, the pinch runner. If Bennett scores, the game is over due to the NJCAA run rule. First pitch, line to right field. It's grabbed. Here comes Bennett to the plate. And inside, that should be the ball game, and it is. A run rule win for Coastal Alabama South. They take it 12-4. Heck of a ball game, a good comeback for Calhoun near the end. But Coastal South too strong in the end. When we come back, we'll go through the final statistics and line score on JockJive Sports. Coastal South defeats Calhoun in Game 1. Coastal Alabama South takes Game 1 this afternoon, 12-4 due to the NJCAA run rule. 4 runs in the first inning. And then Calhoun scored 4 runs across the second, third, and fourth innings to tie the game. But the big inning and 2-run shot from Payson Hansen put the game away in the bottom half. 3 runs scored but 2 outs in the bottom half of the fourth inning for Coastal Alabama South. And then the Coyotes continue to roll offensively across the rest of the game. 1 run in the fifth, 4 runs here in the bottom of the sixth. And the game is over with an 8-run victory for the Coyotes. They have won the series 3-0. They have one more game to show for it. And it's coming up in about 25 to 30 minutes. Sophomore day here in Bay Minette, Alabama. Several sophomores will be honored here briefly. But we will step aside and bring you the action for Game 2 on JockJive Sports coming up here shortly. Tune in to Sophomore Day. Enjoy it as Coastal South looks for a 4-game sweep. Final line score, Game 1, 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Calhoun Community College. 12 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Coastal Alabama South. Coastal Alabama South extends the winning streak to 7 games. They are now 27-14 on the year, 9-6 in the ACCC. Meanwhile, Calhoun falls to 19-15 and 6-9 in the conference. Game 4 of the weekend series, Game 2 on your Saturday coming up in about 25 minutes. We'll step aside once more here on JockJive Sports. Enjoy Sophomore Day here from Bay Minette, Alabama, and we'll be back with the action. David Haney saying, seeing you. Game 2 coming up shortly.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
people around you for granted. Now, number 5, Taylor Hunt. She plays second base from Daphne, Alabama. She's escorted by her mom, Carla Thurman, her dad, Jason Hunt, and her sisters, Camille, Sophia, and Emma. She's majoring in health sciences. While at Coastal, she has earned Phi Theta Kappa, Dean's List, Commissioner Honorable. After Coastal, she wants to attend Spring Hill for 2 years and play softball while doing nursing school. She would like to thank her family, God, teammates, and coaches. Taylor's favorite memory is meeting her teammates and playing softball with her favorite people. Advice she has to the freshmen is to enjoy every day because it goes by very fast. Love y'all. Number 8, Malia Hale. Plays outfield from Columbiana, Alabama. She's escorted by Michael and Kim Hale. She is majoring in nursing. While at Coastal, she has earned PTK and President's List. After Coast, she plans to attend nursing school at UAB. She would like to thank her parents for being her biggest supporters. Malia's favorite memory is the many lifelong friendships this game has given her, and the way to the softball field has become her mission field. Advice she has to the freshmen is to cherish all of the friendships and tell your family thank you. Number 12, Abby Davis. Plays outfield from Tallahassee, escorted by Brad and Catherine Davis, her siblings Barker and Natalie Davis, and her brother-in-law Caden. While at Coastal, she has been a member of PTK, 2 times President's List, Honors Dean's List, Honors NFCA, All-American Scholar Athlete, and Commissioner's Honorable. After Coastal, she plans to continue her academic and athletic career at a 4-year school and get her degree in business administration. Abby would like to thank her coaches for giving this opportunity to live out her dream and also pushing her to be the best version of herself. She also wants to thank her parents for always pushing her to chase her dreams and the sacrifices they have made. Her favorite memory here at Coastal is last year when we had a pet chickens and hid them for 3 weeks, and when Grace and I put car paint and sticky notes all over the sophomores' cars. The advice she has to the freshmen is tomorrow isn't promised, always slow down and enjoy today, embrace the now. Number 15, Kaylee Johnson. A pitcher from Sampson, Alabama, escorted by Shane and Tori Johnson. She is majoring in exercise science. While at Coastal, she has earned Dean's List, Commissioner's Honorable, NFCA All-American Scholar Athlete, and member of Phi Theta Kappa. After Coastal, she plans to attend Georgia Southwestern to continue softball and further her career in exercise science. She would like to thank Coach Radwich. Thank you for always giving me all of your support and making me a better player and person. Coach Hess, thank you for always encouraging me. And Coach Mack, thank you for always pushing me to be a stronger and continue growing. Her favorite memory here at Coastal is becoming close with all my teammates, especially my besties, Parker and Hunt. Advice to your freshmen, each and every one of you deserve to be here. Keep being great and try to stay off the hill. Number 17, Kaylin Parker. She plays third base from Gold Shore, Alabama. She's escorted by Elena Parker, Josh Parker, Breland Parker, and Everly Parker. She's majoring in elementary education. While at Coastal, she has earned all conference. After Coastal, she plans to attend Belhaven University to pursue her career in child education. She would like to thank Coach Radwich. Thank you for always pushing me to the best I can be. Coach Hess, thank you for always being encouraging. Coach Max, thank you for all the extra time you put in to make me better in the classroom. Parents, thank you for the time and money you put in to make me the player I am today. I love and appreciate y'all. Kaylin's favorite memory is when Johnny, Hunt, and I packed up and left late at night to go to Panama City. Advice to the freshmen is to have fun and make lots of memories because time really flies, whether you realize it or not. Make good choices and stay off the hill. Number 25, Gabby Milner. She plays outfield and catcher from Belle Chase, Louisiana, and is escorted by Kyle Miller. She's majoring in chemical justice, while at Coastal, she has earned Commissioner's Honorable. After Coastal, she plans to continue to play softball. She would like to thank her parents, and her favorite memory here is playing one more year with her her best friend. Her advice to the freshmen is to work hard and include everyone, even if y'all weren't friends coming into Coastal. Number 27, Grace Langston. Plays outfield from Niceville, Florida. She's escorted by her mom, dad, and sisters, Emma and Hannah. She's majoring in nursing. While at Coastal, she's been a member of PTK, 2 times President's List honors, Dean's List honors, NFCA All-American Scholar Athlete, and Commissioner's Honor Roll. After Coastal, she wants to go to a 4-year school to get her nursing degree while continuing her softball career. She would like to thank her coaches for seeing something in her and giving me the best 2 years I could ask for, and thanks my family for always being there for me and being my biggest supporters. I would also like to thank God for blessing me with the opportunities I've had. Her favorite memory while at Coastal was her freshman year when we had a prank war against the sophomores. Abby and I put car paint and sticky notes all on their cars. Advice to the freshmen is to make the most of your opportunities placed in front of you. Never take them for granted. Kiara Means is the manager from Daytona, Alabama, escorted by Tanya Means, Harris Means, and Yolanda Garrett. She's majoring in nursing. Her honors at Coastal Alabama is PTK, President's List, Dean's List, UAB Presidential Transfer Scholarship, Commissioner's Honor Roll. After Coastal, she plans to continue education at the University of Alabama, Birmingham to pursue a nursing degree. She would like to thank her parents and her grandma for pushing me for success and happiness, not only for this position, but through life. I would also like to thank Avery for being my best friend on and off the field. Thank you for all your help and everything you do. While at Coastal, my favorite memory is going to Cracky Crab and Insomnia Cookies after practice with Toman and my friends. Her advice to the freshmen is to keep your face towards the sunshine and shadows will fall behind you. Despite doubt, always push forward.
Think you need a 4-year degree to make good money? Think again. Get training in your own backyard. Master a skill to land a job fast. And start your path to a career that pays. So what are you waiting for? Discover aviation at Coastal Alabama Community College.
Just about all white Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Live from Bateman, Alabama on JockJive.com and JockJive Sports YouTube. Game 2 of an afternoon Saturday doubleheader featuring Coastal Alabama South taking on Calhoun Community College out of Tanner, Alabama. The Coyotes of Coastal South looking for a 4-game sweep this weekend over Calhoun. A 12-4 victory earlier today. If you're just joining us, you missed a good game. The offense sparked late in the game for the Coyotes as Coastal South picked up their second run rule victory of the series this weekend. They won 11-0 yesterday in 5 innings behind a no-hit performance from left-handed starter Anna Griggs. Set to wrap up the series with Game 2 today. Game 4 of the series right now. Kiva Hall will lead things off for Calhoun Community College. The Warhawks led by head coach Bart Stevenson. The Coyotes led by head coach Mallory Radwich. Coastal Alabama riding a 7-game win streak. We're underway. Game 2. David Haney on the call with you this afternoon on JockJive. Glad to have you along on your Saturday. Calhoun made it the game in the middle innings earlier today. It was 4-4 at one point, but then Coastal just ran away with it, especially in the 6th inning, where the Coyotes put the game away with a 4-run inning. 12-4 the final earlier. They've won all 3 games of the series. They're 27-14 on the year. The Coyotes are 9-6 in the conference. Meanwhile, Calhoun 19-15, 6-9 in the ACCC. That stands for Alabama Community College Conference. 3 balls right out of the gate here to start Game 2. And there's a strike called by the home plate umpire. 2-man umpire crew for this series this weekend. Starting pitcher here in Game 2, Kaylee Johnson, the sophomore out of Sampson, Alabama, working with a 3-1 count. And Calhoun has a leadoff base runner to start here, trying to salvage this series. Kinley Holcomb will be the batter now for Calhoun. Kiva Hall earlier today in Game 1 reached base once. Reached bases here in Game 2 to start things. New battery for the Coyotes here. Gabby Miller, the catcher behind the plates. Again, the starting pitcher is Kaylee Johnson, who we did not see in Game 1. Showing bunt, thrown out to first just in time. Kiva Hall back in, standing up. Counts 1-1 here to Kinley Holcomb. Go through the defensive starting lineup following the first out here at the top of the first inning. Slapped foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Gabby Miller, who is the catcher here in Game 2, started in right field, made some great plays in right field in Game 1 earlier today. Great crowd at Sophomore Day as several sophomores were honored between games. Their final season as a Coyote here at Coastal Alabama. Slapped foul again. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Again, Coastal Alabama took 2 games yesterday. They won the opener 7-3. Won Game 2 11-0 behind a no-hitter thrown by Anna Griggs, her first career no-hitter. And then earlier today, 12-4 the final. That throw down to second into the outfield. And the runner stays put. Probably a wise decision there by Kiva Hall. The good job by the center fielder. Looked like Grace Langston to cover. Miller threw it back to the circle. It went past the pitcher, Johnson, and then just under the glove of second baseman Taylor Hunt. Fortunate there's no error there for Coastal Alabama. That one to the backstop. That will likely go down as a passed ball off the mitt of Miller. And now Kiva Hall advances into scoring position. Still no outs here. A full count to Kenley Holcomb. Slap to left field, racing in. Basket grab there by the left fielder. Hale, the left fielder here for Coastal, and that is out number one. Kiva Hall stays at second base. Defensive starting lineup here. Malia Hale in left field. Center fielder Grace Langston. And Abby Davis in right field for this one. This one right to Davis. Diving catch for Coastal. Back to back is Kiva Hall. Nice grabs on back-to-back plays for the left and right fielders. Hale with a sliding basket grab in left. And now a diving grab by Abby Davis. Both of those players did not play in game one earlier today. 2 outs on the board now for Calhoun. Rounded up the line, foul for strike one. Infield, Kaylin Parker at third base. Second base, Taylor Hunt, the shortstop. Is Charlotte Lottinger, that is. First base is Bree Ryan. Check swing, she did not go around. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike. And again, we mentioned the catcher, Gabby Miller, behind the plate for starting pitcher Kaylee Johnson. It's the Coastal Alabama South defensive starting lineup. This one popped foul behind the third base dugouts. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. 2 outs with a runner in scoring position following the leadoff walk. 2 great plays in the outfield. One by Malia Hale in left field. The other, Abby Davis, the diving attempt in right field. And a strikeout ends the inning. Calhoun strands the leadoff base runner. Still scoreless after a half inning. Bottom 1 coming up here from Bay Minette, Alabama. Welcome back to JockJive.com and JockJive Sports on YouTube. Series finale of a 4-game set between Calhoun Community College and Coastal Alabama South. David Haney with you today. Live from Bay Minette, Alabama. Beautiful day, right around 80 degrees with a lot of wind from right to left. Some overcast clouds earlier and some sprinkles maybe. Had some sprinkles on my drive in. But we've been good to go. Sydney Carpenter, the designated player here in game 2 of today's doubleheader. She caught game 1, getting a break here from the field. In game 2, she was 0 for 3 in game 1 with an RBI and a run scored. She also struck out. That was earlier today. She had a home run yesterday in game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader. A lot of pop at the plate. Carpenter finds a way to get on base. First pitch is in there for a strike. Starting pitcher for Calhoun here is Bronwyn Borden, sophomore from Union Grove, Alabama. Borden did not pitch in game 1. Outside For ball one, 1-1 to count to the DP, Sydney Carpenter. Might hear that wind picking up on our crowd, Mike. My goodness. Lots of wind here in North Baldwin County. Off-speed pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, Coastal Alabama riding a 7-game win streak. Time called by the home plate umpires. You see that dirt kick up. That wind is really blowing here in Game 2. It was blowing hard in Game 1, but we've not seen it like that all day long. Set to resume play here, 2-1 the count. And that just misses down. 3 balls and 1 strike. Coastal South looking for a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the first inning. Outside, ball 4. Carpenter's aboard. Good start to the bottom half of the first inning. Same way Calhoun started, a leadoff walk in the first. However, the Warhawks stranded that runner at second base. Third base, Kalen Parker at the plate. Parker's had a good series, 0 for 2 earlier today. However, scored 2 runs and worked 2 walks. So he had a home run yesterday, just like Sydney Carpenter did. That ball is down for ball 1. Carpenter had a big lead off first as that pitch was being delivered. Top 3 in the lineup for Coastal Alabama South stays the same. Grounded up the line, just foul. Left of the third base bag. Counts now 1-1 to the third baseman, Parker. Kalen Parker from Gulf Shores, Alabama, one of the several sophomores honored between games for Sophomore Day. Still several chances to catch the Coyotes in action here at home this season. Popped up, foul territory, and right at first base. The first baseman makes the play. 1 out on the board for the Coyotes. Carpenter stays put at second. Humber makes the play at first, playing first base in both games today. Macy Humber had a home run earlier today in Game 1. Taylor Hunt, the batter, the second baseman for the Coyotes. Again, the top 3 in the lineup for Coastal South, the same as Game 1 earlier today. Bree Ryan on deck. Appeared as a late pinch hitter in Game 1 earlier. She's playing first base in this one. 2 balls, no strikes to Hunt. Getting Carpenter runner at first base. 1 away here. Coastal South looking to win their 8th straight game. Their 4th straight against Calhoun. Popped up. And it will sail out of play behind the third base dugouts. 2 balls, 1 strike to the second baseman, who was busy defensively in Game 1 earlier today. We mentioned Anna Griggs, who threw a no-hitter in Game 2 yesterday. She came in late in Game 1 today and really worked a lot of ground ball outs. Throw down to first, back end standing up was Sydney Carpenter. Counts even, 2 balls and 2 strikes, a called strike by the home plate umpire. Game 1 had just about everything you could think of. Some questionable calls by the umpire crews, an ejection, homers, a comeback. Hunt lines this one to left center field, right to the left fielder, however. And making the play on the run is Tucker, the left fielder. Bree Ryan, again, a pinch hitter earlier in Game 1 today. Digs in as the cleanup batter here in Game 2. Ryan worked a walk in her 1 plate appearance earlier this afternoon. She's ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes here. Again, we appreciate you joining us on your Saturday. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Coastal Alabama South looking for a 4-game sweep at home. Do want to mention Calhoun was technically the home team on the scoreboard across both games yesterday. They're the away team today, but all 4 games played in Bay Minette this weekend. Ryan ahead 2 balls and 1 strike here with 2 outs and a runner at first. Both teams worked leadoff walks, however, in danger of stranding those runners on base. Saw Calhoun strand the leadoff walk at second 1/2 inning ago. Carpenter, who worked a walk to start, has stood at first base the entire inning. 3 balls and 1 strike to Ryan. Let's see if she gets the green light to swing here or if she's taking all the way. And she does indeed take, and that's ball 4, second walk of the inning. Runner in scoring position now for the Coyotes. And the catcher, Gabby Miller, will bat. Again, Miller played right field in game 1 earlier today. She's behind the plate catching in this one. Moves up 1 spot in the lineup to the 5 hole. She was the 6th hole batter in game 1 today. Miller finished 0 for 1 with 3 runs scored, 2 walks, and a strikeout. In that game earlier today where Coastal won 12-4. Called strike on the outside half of the plate to Miller. Miller at one point, the National Player of the Week about a month ago. A lot of speed out of that left-handed batter's box. A ground ball's no sure out. Off-speed pitch, almost dropped in there for a strike, just missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Miller. Pitch way outside. Carpenter with a big lead at second base. Retreats back to the bag. Charlotte Loninger on deck. She had a big game earlier today. 4 RBIs in that game for Loninger. 3 off a bases clearing double in the first inning. Called strike to Miller. Counts even. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 away and 2 on. 2s all around here in the first inning. Call, 3rd strike. Miller cannot believe it. She thought it was off the plate. And that is out number 3. So Coastal Alabama strands to a scoreless first inning here in Bay Minette. We'll be back on JockJive Sports. Back in Bay Minette, Alabama on JockJive.com. Coastal Alabama versus Calhoun Community College. Coastal South looking for a 4-game sweep over the Warhawks this weekend. 2 games yesterday, a game earlier today. 7-3 the final in the series opener, 11-0 in Game 2. Game 3 of the series earlier today, a 12-4 final in 6 innings. Cleanup batter Macy Humber leads things off. Humber had a solo home run to deep left center field right over the word Coastal earlier today. She looks at a strike there from Kaylee Johnson. During the commercial break, or ad break rather, Johnson was warming up and fell over on the rubber. She seemed to be okay, had a big smile. Check swing, this one inside. No swing. Johnson asked where that pitch was, and home plate umpire said inside. Some of the fans here and Bay Minette did not agree. We mentioned a good crowd on a Saturday here in Bay Minette. Several fans from Calhoun as well. Majority of the fans, obviously, Coyote fans. Big crowd for Sophomore Day, as 9 sophomores were honored between games. You can go back and watch that if you want. They were honored on the field following the 12-4 victory. Grounded up the line, counts even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Third baseman Macy Hancock on deck, played shortstop earlier today. Here's the 2-2 offering. Smoked foul up the left field line, out of play. That one wound up on the street behind the softball complex here. Humbar has a lot of pop for Calhoun. That's why she's in the cleanup spot in the lineup. Another 2-2 offering. This one's in the dirt. It counts full. So Kaylee Johnson in danger of working her second consecutive leadoff walk to start this game. The Warhawks stranded 1 at second base in the first. Coastal Alabama stranded 2 runners. Another foul up the line. Humber all over these pitches. Coming up on the schedule, Coastal Alabama South back in action on Thursday at home. That is April 10th at 1 o'clock, a doubleheader against Shelton State. Shelton State and Coastal Alabama entered play tied for third in the current ACCC standings. Another leadoff walk here for the Warhawks. So Addison Wallace now bats. Wallace, the designated player in this game, was the starting third baseman in game 1 earlier today. First pitch swung on, a miss. Chased one up and in. Showing bunt, pops it up into the netting, and all of a sudden, quickly down to the count. No balls and 2 strikes is Wallace. Likely not showing bunt here with 2 strikes to her name. Ground ball to third, fair. Picked up by Parker in the dirt, cannot pick it out, and the ball gets away from Bree Ryan, an error. Advances the runner at third base. A low throw from Kaylin Parker will likely go down as a E5. And Humbar's into third base standing up. Runners on the corners, no outs here in the top of the second inning. Pop to short. Diving attempt. Runner is safely back in the bag. No play there for Lottinger. A diving attempt by the third baseman Parker, who could not make the play, and the bases are loaded all of a sudden. No outs, bases full of Warhawks. First pitch is in there for a strike to Aaron Barker. Barker for the second consecutive game, batting from the 8 hole in the lineup. Another strike there, quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Coastal South needing a strikeout here. 0-2 pitch, grounded to short. They choose to go to first instead of home. And the Calhoun Warhawks are on the scoreboard first here in Game 2 today. Leah Haynes will step in for her first plate appearance today. Did not play earlier today. Haynes playing shortstop. And time is called by the Calhoun head coach, Mark Stevenson. He's going to have a conversation with the home plate umpire. Should be one out on the scoreboard. That was the conversation. Home plate umpire confirmed it. A walk, an error, a single, and then a RBI ground out. Called strike to the fifth Warhawk to bat here in the top of the second inning. Ground ball to short. Runners caught up in a run down. And the ball gets away. Poor defense there by Coastal Alabama South. And now the runner is shaken up at third base. That will bring the training staff out. Addison Wallace is now back up on her feet. May have had the wind knocked out of her, diving back to the bag. Gabby Miller, the catcher, elected not to throw it, and when she did, it finally went up the line. So all runners are safe. That goes down as a fielder's choice. No outs on the play. And head coach of Coastal Alabama, Mallory Radwich, not happy with her defense here at the top of the second. She will have a conversation with her infielders. One run home, bases are loaded, and just one out in the top of the second inning. We are going to have a substitution here at third base as Addison Wallace will come out of the game for the moment. Pinch runner at third base is number 6, Corey Campbell. Not sure if Campbell will stay in the game or not. Wallace is listed as a designated player in this game. Hopefully Addison Wallace is okay. She walked off the field under her own power. May have, again, just had the wind knocked out of her. And it brings in Campbell to run at third. Top of the order here, Kiva Hall. Hall bats with the bases loaded. Had a single to center field in game one earlier today. Worked a walk in her first plate appearance in this one against Kaylee Johnson. First pitch was grounded up the line, foul. Strike one to Hall, the center fielder. Big swing and a miss, strike two. Johnson way ahead in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes. Looking for a strikeout here with the bases loaded. Here's the 0-2 offering. Just misses up. Miller trying to frame it back in the zone. Home plate umpire not buying it. So far this inning, a walk, an error, a single, an RBI ground out, a fielder's choice. And that's where we're at with Kiva Hall batting. Check swing, called third, strike. Hall set down on strikes. It's a big strikeout for the Coyotes with the bases loaded. Now they can just attack the hitter here. Kinley Holcomb is 0 for 1. Will step in from the left side. Holcomb does have a lot of speed. First pitch is outside for ball 1. One run off, 1 hit, 1 error in this game. Line right to third. And Calhoun strands the bases loaded. However, the Warhawks are on the board. 1 run in the top of the second. We go to the bottom half of the second coming up here on JockJive Sports. Welcome back to Bay Minette, Alabama, live on JockJive.com. 1-0 to score. Calhoun trying to salvage this 4-game series. They've already lost a series, dropping 3 games to Coastal Alabama South. The Coyotes looking for a 4-game sweep this weekend. Charlotte Lottinger leads things off, the shortstop for the Coyotes. 4 RBI game earlier today, 3 off a bases-clearing double to right center field. First plate appearance here in Game 2. Popped up, foul territory behind the third base bag. It falls in fair territory, rather. And that's a single for Lottinger. Looked like the Warhawk defense thought that was going to drop foul and was just jogging over to the ball, and it landed in fair territory. From our vantage point, it looked like it was going to drop foul as well. But a big start here to the bottom of the second for the Coyotes. Malia Hale, the left fielder, bats from the left side. Did not play in Game 1 earlier today. Hale's made a great grab in left field back in the first inning. Showing bunt, bunts it up the line, but foul. Another bunt, this time fair. Fielded in fair territory, just in time. Hale is in there. An infield single, and the Coyotes are in business here in the bottom of the second inning. Back-to-back singles here for the Coyotes. Hale just beat it by half step. Brings up Abby Davis, who also did not appear in Game 1 earlier today. Davis out of Tallahassee, Alabama. We'll get her signs from head coach Mallory Radwich. Would not be surprised to see a bunt here. Runners at first and second, no outs here for the Coyotes. First pitch, there's a bunt, up the line, it's a good one. Throws in time at first. And Davis does her job. Sacrifice bunt. Advances 2 runners into scoring position here for Coastal South. Grace Langston comes in to bat, the 9-hole hitter. Langston playing center field. Did have an infield single earlier today. Right down the middle, strike 1. Bronwyn Borden, the pitcher for Calhoun Community College. 0-1 offering a bunt right back to the circle. Now the runners are caught up. Lottinger down the third base line will be tagged out. No tag, says the home plate umpire. Lottinger is safe. Calhoun can't believe it. They thought there was a tag on the play, and there was not. In Coastal Alabama has tied the game. Here comes head coach, and he's hot. Now the argument was she out of the baseline? Bart Stevenson, that was his argument, regardless if the tag was applied or not. But as it stands right now, 1-1 the score here in the bottom of the second. Long conversation here between the umpires. Usually indicates that the call might be reversed. Apparently the tag was missed. But was Lottinger out of the baseline here near home plate? Bart Stevenson is not happy with the call. It's 1-1. We've already seen one Calhoun coach ejected today. The assistant coach was thrown out of the game in Game 1. And now Stevenson is not happy with the call. He has to be careful here. Home plate umpire letting Stevenson get his words in. And I believe he was just warned. So Calhoun has just been warned. We saw an ejection in Game 1, and now a warning here to head coach Bart Stevenson here in Game 2. Nonetheless, a run scores here for Coastal Alabama. Still just one out on the board. Runners still in scoring position at second and third. The batter is Sidney Carpenter. A spot here for Coastal Alabama to take the lead. Home plate umpire writes down his warning in his notebook. I don't believe he tossed Stevenson. There wasn't a signal that he was ejected. And I believe Stevenson just went back to the dugouts. Wind picking up here in Bay Minette, as again you hear on the crowd microphone. Carpenter, their batter. First pitch is in the dirt, a good stop behind the plate. New catcher here in this game is Tessa Jacobs. Popped up in the infield. That's the last thing you want for Coastal. And the second baseman makes the play. Carpenter pops out with two runners in scoring position. Now 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the second. Kaylin Parker. A little bad here. Parker 0 for 1. Base hit likely scores 2 and gives Coastal their first lead of this game. We saw the offense gradually get better for the Coyotes late in the game earlier today. Left 2 runners on in the first inning, in danger of leaving 2 more runners on here in the second. Called strike to Parker on an off-speed pitch from Borden. Can confirm it was just a warning from the home plate umpire to head coach Bart Stevenson. There was no warning in game 1. It was a straight ejection earlier. Another pop up to left center field. That might fall, however. Left fielder is there to make the grab. And Coastal South leaves 2 more runners on. However, they tie the game. It's 1-1 as we go to the third inning here on JockJive Sports on YouTube.
Played some travel ball. You've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament. We're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Back in the circle for her third inning of work is Kaylee Johnson. Again, did not appear earlier in game 1, the starting pitcher here for the Coyotes. So far, Johnson has thrown 40 pitches, 26 for strikes. She has faced 11 batters, 1 earned run off 1 hit, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Throw down to second. And we're set to begin the top of the third inning. Again, thank you for joining us on JockJive on your Saturday afternoon. Three, 4, 5, 2 up for Calhoun. Abigail Tucker leads things off from the left-handed batter's box. Called strike to Tucker. Easy take there, slap hitter. Several teams in action for Coastal Alabama Community College, both North and South campuses. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Tucker. Go through some final scores here following this next pitch. That one drops out of the zone. 3 balls, 1 strike to Tucker. Coastal Alabama North baseball in Bruton, Alabama walked off Marion Military in 7 innings. 7-6 the final. A run scored in the bottom of the 7th to win the ball game. Coastal North softball fell 10-2 in 5 innings in Marion, Alabama against MMI. As Tucker's aboard with a leadoff walk. Meanwhile, Coastal Alabama South Baseball lost game 1 of a doubleheader in Tanner, Alabama today. High scoring game, 20-12 the final in that one. Calhoun Warhawks relying on a 16-run inning in the 5th. All 3 of those games I just mentioned were game 1s of doubleheaders. And then we're knotted up 1-1 here in the series finale this weekend in Bay Minette between Coastal Alabama South Softball and Calhoun Community College. Fouled with a lot of spin near the batter's box. Hopefully, the umpire's going to check out the ball. It may have been torn a little bit. Third straight inning, Calhoun has a leadoff base runner on a walk. Took the lead back in the top of the 2nd inning. As this one's driven to left field, but foul. Counts 1-2 to the cleanup batter, Macy Humber, who struck out her first time up in this game. Humber just 1 of 2 Warhawks to strike out against Kaylee Johnson. She calls time at the plate. 3 walks in the game. Again, all 3 have started the inning for the Warhawks. Here's the 1-2 pitch, line to left field, but foul again. Humber all over that pitch. Coastal South riding a 7-game win streak, trying to improve to 28-14 on the year and win their 10th conference game of the season. Calhoun Community College has a winning record, 19-15 on the year. However, they've lost 3 straight to the Coyotes. That one just missed down. And that's ball 2. Some of the Coastal fans thought that was in the zone. Looked a little low from our vantage point, but could have been called a 3rd strike, I suppose. Counts even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the way with Tucker on at first. Now the count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kaylee Johnson in danger of walking her 4th batter of the game. This one popped behind third base bag. It's down. A base hit for Macy Humber. And now Calhoun in business here in the top of the 3rd inning. The first 2 have reached. A reminder, Calhoun left the bases loaded 1 inning ago. They've been seeing Kaylee Johnson well so far in this game. Macy Hancock, who walked her first time up, will step in with 2 on and no outs. This one driven deep left field, but foul. Did not have home run distance, but would have been extra bases. To the corner. Goes back to what I was saying just a moment ago, that Calhoun so far has been seeing Kaylee Johnson's pitches well in this game. That one drops in the dirt for ball 1. Here's the 1-1 count from Johnson. It's inside for ball 2. Three walks, 2 strikeouts today for Kaylee Johnson. She's thrown 55 pitches, 32 for strikes. 2 aboard here in the top of the 3rd. Check swing. And she did not go around. Now the check. Infield umpire confirms it. 3 balls and 1 strike. Coastal fans are starting to get hot here in Bay Minette. Big pitch coming here for Kaylee Johnson. A 3-1 offering. Ground ball to 3rd, just foul. Home plate umpire does not signal anything. Should have been his call. And the fans are letting him hear about it. Diving effort there by Kaylin Parker. By the way, a great stop by Parker, but it was foul. But the home plate umpire's got to be on that pitch. If it's a ground ball up the line, you got to signal something. Another ground ball right to third. Parker to second. Double play for the Coyotes. 5-4 double play as Kaylin Parker makes the grab at third, tosses over to Taylor Hunt covering. And the first two outs on the board here in the top of the third. Here comes Mallory Radwinch, who's going to have a conversation with her infield. The runner at first and 2 away. Massive double play there for the Coyotes, and she's having a straight conversation with Kaylee Johnson, the pitcher. Face-to-face conversation from head coach to pitcher here. Nobody in the infield, with the exception of Kaylin Parker, in the vicinity, and she'll step aside. Straight coach to pitcher conversation here. Corey Campbell is the batter for Calhoun Community College. Campbell came in as a substitution for Addison Wallace. Wallace was a runner at third base, dove back to the bag at third, but was shaken up on the play, and she stayed out of the game, so Campbell came in as the new designated player. Yeah, and she looks at strike one. A line drive off the bat of Macy Hancock for out number one, and then a throw over at second. Runner was not able to get back in time. This one blooped to left field, but foul. And Johnson's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes to Campbell, who's making her first plate appearance. Again, checked in as a pinch runner just last inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's in the dirt. Miller cannot stop it. Runner will advance to second base. Good throw by Miller. But a wild pitch advances the runner into scoring position. Humber into second. Base hit could very likely give Calhoun the lead here in the top of the third inning. 1-1 to score. Smoked foul. Tell you, the Warhawks have been all over some pitches today. A lot of foul balls up the left field line, meaning they are swinging early and often. Next broadcast, JockJive Sports here at Coastal Alabama on Thursday, 1 o'clock doubleheader. As Coastal South hosts Shelton State. This one, fly ball left center field, grabbed by Langston. And for the third consecutive inning, Calhoun strands base runners. 1-1 the score, bottom 3 coming up here from Bay Minette, Alabama. Bottom 3 set to begin here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in South Alabama. 1-1 the score as Calhoun looks to salvage a tough series. The Warhawks have lost the first 3 games, 2 via the run rule. A 5-inning game in Game 2 yesterday, a 6-inning game earlier today where they lost 12-4. The Warhawks have also been no-hit in this series. No-hitter thrown by left-handed starter Anna Griggs. Coastal Alabama South will have 3, 4, 5 due up here. Heart of the order. Both teams with 2 hits apiece, 1 run apiece. Coastal South with 1 error, no errors for the Warhawks. Taylor Hunt leads it off. Again, we're glad to have you along on your Saturday. We appreciate you tuning in to JockJive for NJCAA Softball, JUCO Softball on JockJive.com. David Haney on the call for you today. It's been a great series so far if you're a fan of the Coyotes. looking to win their 8th straight game. Called strike to Taylor Hunt starts the bottom of the 3rd inning. So far in this game, Calhoun has left 5 runners on base. Bases loaded back in the 2nd. Another off-speed pitch is outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Taylor Hunt. Hunt 0 for 1 so far against Borden, the starting pitcher for Calhoun. Calhoun will head home to Tanner, Alabama following this game. Big swing and a miss on a pitch upstairs, and that's strike 2. Calhoun has a pair of home games coming up next on the schedule against Northwest Shoals, 1 o'clock Central Time on Thursday, April 10th. Both teams back in action on Thursday. Taylor Hunt gets into one, left field, racing back. The wind will have this one. A solo shot. Taylor Hunt. Taylor Hunt, a deep shot to left field, gives the Coyotes their first lead of this game. You have to believe the wind may have helped that ball out. It's been blowing hard to right to left. Bree Ryan now the batter. Ryan walked her first time. She has 2 walks across this doubleheader today. Off-speed pitch. Misses the zone outside. Ball 1. Taylor Hunt got into that ball. May have been gone regardless of the wind, but it was a high fly ball to left. And just cleared the fencing out there. This one hit to left field down the line, and it drops foul. Good diving attempt by the left fielder Abigail Tucker, but just missed the paint out there. And Ryan will retreat back to home plate to swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Coastal South now out hitting Calhoun 3-2 here. The bottom of the 3rd inning. Big swing by Ryan. She's down to the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. She was looking for a homer herself. On deck, the catcher, Gabby Miller. Here's the 1-2 offering outside, ball 2. Easy take there for Ryan. Coastal Alabama currently sitting in 3rd place in the conference standings. Meanwhile, Calhoun in 7th. This one popped up, foul territory. The catcher's there to make the play for out number 1. Gabby Miller will bat. Miller 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Struck out swinging her first time in this one. Borden will get her signs from the first base dugout on how to attack Miller, who's very likely to show bunt here. With the bases empty, big swing instead. Made me eat my words. Miller fouls it away. Miller can hit to all fields. One of the quickest players on the Coastal Alabama South softball roster as well. An 0-1 pitch. Another big hack and swing. And it's fouled behind the 3rd base dugout for the 2nd consecutive pitch. Miller's now down 0-2. Likely will not see many home runs hit to right field today with that wind blowing in from right. Have to really get into one to hit one over the fencing out there. Beautiful facility here in Bay Minette, Alabama. Again, you can catch the game on the hill as you see some fans up there at the top. Or you can sit in the stadium seating here. Miller's worked it even 2 balls and 2 strikes after going down 0-2. Charlotte Lottinger on deck for the Coyotes. Off-speed pitch fouled back, and Miller stays alive here. Before this series, Coastal South had a long break. It was spring break last week. They went about a week without playing a game. They've looked good since hosting the Warhawks this weekend. And Miller has worked the count full with 1 out and 1 run home here. Payoff pitch coming from Borden here. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Gabby Miller. And Miller fouls it back. At bat continues here. A long extended at bat here from the catcher. Again, 3 hits in the ball game for the Coyotes. A solo home run from Taylor Hunt has given Coastal South the lead. Another foul into the netting, and Gabby Miller making Borden really work here in the bottom of the 3rd. Borden has now thrown 50 pitches, only 29 for strikes. She has walked 2 and struck out another. And struck out Miller for the 2nd time. Miller down on strikes, this time looking. The only player that Borden has struck out in this game. Charlotte Lottinger, the batter, with 2 away and the base is empty. Lottinger's had a good series. In this game, she's 1 for 1 with a run scored. Had a 4 RBI game earlier today, homered yesterday, so she's had the hot bat in the lineup for head coach Mallory Radwich. Ball in the dirt, easy take for Lottinger, and that's ball 1. Malia Hale will wait on deck if Lottinger can reach. And that one, check swing, hits Lottinger. She's aboard again. On base percentage. Just spiking here against the Warhawks for Lottinger. So Malia Hale will bat. Hale also 1 for 1, had an infield single. And Bart Stevenson's now going to have a conversation with the home plate umpire again. And he's going to talk about the check swing from Lottinger. He thought Lottinger swung. Home plate umpire is going to have a conversation with his counterpart. If Lottinger swung, she will have to come back to the plate. Did not look like a full swing from our eyes up here in the press box. And the umpires have confirmed no swing. Lottinger aboard on the hit by pitch. Hale bats from the left side. Again, an infield single, her first time up. Did not appear earlier today in game 1. Bats here with 2 away. The outfield playing deep here. A lot of space in left center field. Likely will score Lottinger if Hale can go that way. Pitch is high and away for ball 1. Likely will not see Lottinger attempt to steal here with 2 away. Long look here into the dugouts. Borden's ready to deliver the pitch. Off speed. Just short of the plate. And the count's 2 balls and no strikes. Another long set here for Borden. 2-0 pitch to Hale. Line to center field. Base hit. Second hit of the game for Hale. And the inning continuing here. In game 1 earlier today, we saw a lot of 2-out runs for Coastal South. They are threatening to do the same here as Abby Davis will step in with 2 on, 2 away, and 1 run home here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Malia Hale with a infield single her first time, lines a base hit to center field her 2nd time up. She's 2 for 2. Abby Davis, the starting right fielder here in this one, was hit by a pitch her first time. We'll see how Davis attacks this AB with 2 outs and 2 on. Coastal South threatening to extend the lead here. Ground ball up the middle. Base hit. Here comes the runner around 3rd. Another run scores as Lottinger scores on the RBI single for Abby Davis. It's 3-1 Coastal South. Grace Langston now bats. 2-out rally here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 3 straight have reached with 2 away. Back-to-back hits from Malia Hale and Abby Davis, who did not appear in Game 1 early today. It's a great feeling if you're head coach Mallory Radwich to put them in the lineup. Called strike to Langston. Langston an RBI her first time. Slaps this one foul. Sacrifice fly for Langston her first time up. She's down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes here. Bottom of the order coming through here for Coastal Alabama South. 6, 7, 8 hitters have 4 hits combined. Lottinger 1 for 1 with 2 runs scored. Malia Hale 2 for 2, and now Abby Davis 1 for 1 with an RBI. Slaps this one foul. Langston also has an RBI on a sacrifice fly. A 2-out rally here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's 3-1 Coastal South. Coyotes now out hitting the Warhawks 5-2. Langston takes a pitch outside. First ball of the count. 1-2 now. Despite the traffic on the base paths for starting pitcher Kaylee Johnson of Coastal South, she's only allowed 2 hits. The Warhawks have stranded 5 runners so far in this game through 3 innings. Swung on and missed by Langston, and that ends the inning. Coastal South strands 2 more, but 2 are home. It's 3-1 as we go to the middle innings here in Bay Minette, Alabama.
You're organized, driven, focused, ready to create the life of luxury in the most beautiful and unique locations, locally and around the world. Discover hospitality management at Coastal Alabama Community College.
Welcome back to the action on JockJive Sports YouTube. Coastal Alabama South now has the lead 3-1 over Calhoun Community College. David Haney with you this afternoon. Again, a great doubleheader so far, competitive between these 2 teams. Coastal South has had Calhoun's number, however, as their offense has gradually gotten better in each game. Kaylee Johnson back on the rubber for her 4th inning of work. Again, just allowed 2 hits. She has allowed 3 walks and 2 strikeouts as well. First pitch to Tessa Jacobs, the new catcher here in this game. Fouled away. Jacobs did not appear in Game 1. Starting catcher here in Game 2 with the hot pink batting gloves. Easy to tell who's at the plate. This one lined to short. Easy play there for Lottinger. And that is out number 1. The first time that Coastal South has stranded the leadoff runner, or leadoff batter rather, for Calhoun. Aaron Barker, the right fielder, will bat now for the Warhawks. Barker 0 for 1 with an RBI ground out. And this one almost hit Barker. She stands up, it hits her right in the back. Instead, she ducked it, and it's ball 1. Pitch inside on the hands. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Again, now Coastal South after their 2-run 3rd inning out hitting Calhoun 5-2 in this game. And that one's up. 3 balls, no strikes. Johnson in danger of walking her 4th batter of the game. Pitching with the lead here for the first time in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to count here in Bay Minette. 1 away here in the top of the 4th for the Warhawks. Here's the 3-1 delivery. And just misses the zone inside. That is ball 4. A 1-out base runner here for the 4th consecutive inning. Calhoun has a base runner. There has not been a 1-2-3 inning yet in this game for either team. Leah Haynes 0 for 1. She steps in for her second plate appearance against Kaylee Johnson. Showing bunt, bunts it foul on a pitch that was high and away. Third baseman Caitlin Parker came charging in, along with Bree Ryan from first. Oh, 1 pitch, another bunt shown, pulls back. Miller thought about a throw down to first, instead hung on to the ball. Taylor Hunt, the second baseman, a little late getting over there to cover, which is tough for a second baseman to do following a pitch. Haynes will likely show bunt again here from the 9-hole spot in the lineup. She does not. Paul gets away from Miller for just a moment. Keeps it in front. 2 balls, 1 strike. .72 pitches thrown for Johnson. 41 for strikes, 4 walks in the game. Coastal leads by 2 runs. Pitch sails a bit. 3 balls and 1 strike. Trying to avoid back-to-back walks after a lineout started the inning. The 3-1 pitch. And that's a called strike on the inside half of the plate. Haynes showed bunt initially, pulled back. A called strike anyway by the home plate umpire. A payoff pitch on the way for Johnson with a runner at first. 3-2. Swung on, would have been ball 4. And it's foul up the third base line. Tough to tell if there's any action in either bullpen here from the press box at the Coastal South Softball Complex, being blocked by some trees and walls. Another payoff offering on the way. Ground ball back to the pitcher's circle. And Johnson will take the easy out at first. Allows the runner to advance to second with 2 away.
Now bat number 3, Kiara Hall.
Kiara Hall will bat now for Calhoun, top of the order. Third time Hall has been to the plate. She's 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout in this game. First pitch, Kiara Hall fouls it back. Do want to apologize to Hall. Just wrote her name down wrong in the book that we have. Takes a pitch in the dirt. Another good stop by Miller. Throw down to second. Backhanded stop by Hunt. The last thing you want to do is commit an error. Allow that base runner to come around to score. With 2 on the board, 2 outs on the board, that is. You're looking to just attack the hitter here. A 1-1 count to Kiara Hall, the starting center fielder. 1-1 pitch. Fouled away. And Johnson's ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Calhoun has stranded at least 1 base runner every inning so far in this game, in danger of doing so again. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Johnson. Driven to deep right center field, racing back. Langston has some room, makes the play right in front of the warning track. And Calhoun has stranded their 6th runner on base through 4 innings. 3-1, still the score here. Live from Bay Minette, Alabama, you're watching JockJive Sports on YouTube. Top of the order, 2 up for Coastal Alabama South. Sydney Carpenter will lead things off for the Coyotes. 0 for 1 with a walk in this game against starting pitcher Borden of Calhoun Community College. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Coastal South in this one. Carpenter all over that first pitch, but fouls it up the line. Meanwhile, Calhoun, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors in this game. They have stranded 6 runners on base across 4 innings of work. Pitch outside, trying to frame it back into the zone. And the umpire bought it. Wow. A late strike call there. Jacobs got her way behind the plate and framed it back over the plate. And Carpenter's down the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Lined up the line. A foul ball again for Sydney Carpenter. Carpenter again the designated player here in this game. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High pitch, rise ball looked like. And Carpenter takes it for ball 1. Base runners every inning for both sides so far in this game. Another rise ball for ball 2. Counts even here to the leadoff batter in the lineup for Coastal South. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Off-speed pitch, and Carpenter had to fight that one off. She does. Keeps the count even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice changeup there by Borden. Caitlin Parker waits on deck, 0 for 2 in this game. Sophomore day here in Bay Minette, Alabama. Coyotes would love a 4-game sweep on the weekend. Popped up into the crowd. Count remains even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 4th inning, Coyotes looking for some insurance runs here. A 12-4 victory earlier today in 6 innings against the Warhawks. Another change-up in the dirt. Counts now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Carpenter trying to work her second walk of the day. Here's the payoff pitch. Popped high in the air, mile high. Well out of play. Count remains full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And now the head coach, Bart Stevenson, is going to have a conversation with Borden. With a full count, looks like he is going to make a pitching change potentially. Or it might just be a conversation with his infielders. Sydney Carpenter has worked the count full and has fouled off several pitches here to start the bottom of the 4th inning. No pitching change. Borden's still the pitcher here for the Warhawks. So after the conversation with the entire infield, Borden set to deliver the payoff pitch again to Sydney Carpenter. Right down the middle, Carpenter pops it up right behind us here in the press box and keeps this at-bat rolling. A long extended AB here for Carpenter to start the bottom of the 4th inning. Coastal trying to add on to their 3-1 lead. Popped again a mile high behind the third base dugouts. Carpenter all over these pitches and fouling them off. For the 6th straight time, payoff pitch on the way from Borden to Sydney Carpenter. On the way. Swung on and missed. Big strikeout And Borden wins the battle. Carpenter frustrated. Chases the pitch outside. Likely would have been ball 4. Swung through it. And strikes out. Kalen Parker 0 for 2 will step in with 1 away. Parker looking for her first hit in this game against Borden. Takes one right down the middle for strike 1. And Parker looks frustrated that she didn't swing at that one. It's a good pitch to hit. Parker does have some pop. Homered yesterday against the Warhawks. Off-speed pitch, drives it to center field. Kiera Hall has room and makes the play for out number 2. Could this be the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for either side? We'll see. Taylor Hunt had a solo home run 1 inning ago. She will bat with 2 outs. Hunt had a high fly homer to left. The wind may have helped it get over the wall. Nonetheless, a home run for Coastal South. Grounds this one up the middle, and we will not have a 1-2-3 inning. Taylor Hunt with her second hit of the game. A first pitch swing there and a single up the middle. Coastal South today has been excellent with 2 outs on the board, sparking a rally. Scored a run in the 3rd with 2 outs on the board. Bree Ryan is 0 for 1 with a walk in this game against Borden. Ryan's got some pop. Check swing. Called strike anyway, says the home plate umpire. Didn't even have to check it with the infield umpire. He was in the strike zone. 3-1 to score. Coyotes looking for insurance runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Still plenty of time for Calhoun to mount a comeback. Jacobs trying to frame that one back over the zone. This time the home plate umpire not buying it. Coyotes out hitting the Warhawks 6-2 in this game. 3-1 the score. Pitch up and in for ball 2 to Ryan. Line score as it reads for Calhoun. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Coastal. It's the final time this season these two teams will meet during the regular season. Off-speed pitch, just missed up. And Borden thought that was in there for a strike. Counts now 3-1 to Ryan, a very patient hitter up there. What she has shown today. She's worked 2 walks and just 3 plate appearances against the Warhawks. And takes ball 4. 3rd time that Ryan has worked a walk in her 4th plate appearance. Had a pinch hit walk in game 1 earlier, 2 walks in this game. And here comes that 2-out rally. Gabby Miller the batter. With Taylor Hunt on at second, Ryan the runner at first. Miller is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts in this ball game against Borden. Miller struck out swinging her first time, struck out looking her second time, looking to put the ball in play here with 2 runners on and 2 outs. Showing bunt, pulls back, called strike. And Miller again had words with the home plate umpire her last AB. May have said something there again. She thought that pitch was outside. Rung up on her 3rd strike. Her last at bat, and she thought it was well off the plate. Pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count to Miller. Base hit likely extends the lead. Taylor Hunt's got some speed over at second base. Long look into the first base dugout here from Borden. She does not like the call, and time was called at home plate by Miller. And now Jacobs trying to get on the same page with Borden here. We'll head out to the circle. Battery for Calhoun will have a conversation about how to attack Gabby Miller here with a 1-1 count. Taylor Hunt, a 2-out single up the middle on at second base. A 2-out walk for Bree Ryan on at first. And Gabby Miller, the starting catcher in this game, at the plate looking for her first hit. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Miller. Here's the pitch. Miller lines it to center field. It's just out of reach of the second baseman. Here comes Hunt. And Coastal extends their lead. A 2-out rally in the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-1 Coyotes. Good piece of hitting there by Gabby Miller. Blooped it to center field, just out of reach of the starting second baseman. Kinley Holcomb looked like she was going to get a glove on it, just could not get there. And the inning continues here for guess who? Charlotte Lottinger. Lottinger has been an on-base machine this series. Takes a pitch down in the dirt for ball 1. 2 on here. Ryan on at second. A lot of speed for Gabby Miller on at first. Three straight have reached 1 run home here, but 2 outs on the scoreboard, bottom of the 4th inning. Driven to left center field, well hit by Lottinger. And making the play is Kiera Hall. That saved at least 2 runs. And that ends the inning, but not before Coastal extends their lead 4-1. Top 5 coming up here on JockJive Sports. Kinley Holcomb will lead things off for Calhoun Community College. 2-3-4 due up against Kaylee Johnson. Again, through 4 innings, both teams have had base runners every inning. We have yet to see a 1-2-3 inning in this game. The Warhawks have stranded 6 runners. They only have 2 hits in the game. Kaylee Johnson has issued 4 walks. She has struck out a pair. She's at 82 pitches, 47 for strikes in this one. Bunt up the line, it goes foul. And Holcomb will have to retreat. Holcomb 0 for 2 in this game against Johnson. The only hits, Macy Humber, who is 1 for 2. And Zessa Jacobs, who is 1 for 2. Holcomb does have a lot of speed out of the left-handed batter's box. Will slap this one foul down to the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kaylee Johnson with just a pair of strikeouts, 1 earned run. That 1 run coming across the score in the second. Pitching with the lead here as Coastal South has scored 4 unanswered runs here as we start the top of the 5th inning. Pitch well outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Head coach Mallory Radwich used 3 arms in game 1 earlier for Coastal. Anna Griggs picked up the win. Scoreless performance from out of the bullpen after throwing a 5-inning no-hitter last night against these Warhawks. Things get out of hand. I will not be surprised to see Griggs come into the game as she has been pitching with a lot of confidence this weekend. 2-2 the counts. On the way to Holcomb. Slap to left field. That will fall. Base hit to lead off the inning for the fourth time in 5 innings. Calhoun has a leadoff base runner. Abigail Tucker will bat with a runner on at first, no outs.
Now bat number 23, Abigail Tucker.
Calhoun trails by 3 runs here. On the top of the 5th, Tucker shows bunt, bunts it foul. Strike 1 to the left fielder. Tucker 0 for 1 today with a walk against Kaylee Johnson. Tucker slaps it up the middle. Taylor Hunt, a diving attempt, cannot get there. The first 2 have reached for Calhoun here in the top of the 5th inning. The Warhawks are in business as the tying run comes to the plate.
Now bat number 8, Macy Humber.
Macy Humber, who has a lot of power, comes to the plate representing the tying run. She had a home run earlier this afternoon in Game 1 to deep left center field. He hit her last time against Kaylee Johnson and lines this one deep but foul all over that first pitch from Johnson. Back-to-back hits here. Starts the top of the 5th for Calhoun. Trying to mount a comeback against the Coyotes and salvage the series finale. Head home with a win. In the dirt, good stop by Miller. Coastal out hitting Calhoun 7-4 in this game. This one right by the head coach of Mark Stevenson. And he gives his batter a round of applause. She was all over that one, barreled it up, just pulled it. Would have been extra bases for Humber if it stayed fair. Wind continuing to blow here. It's consistently blew all afternoon here in Bay Minette, Alabama. 1-2 pitch. Just inside. Counts even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to the cleanup batter in the lineup. Macy Hancock waits on deck. She's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. This one driven to left field, but again foul. Way out in front is Humber. Kaylee Johnson approaching 100 pitches, 93 in the game, 55 for strikes. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Grounded to second. Hunt fields it. Will go to second, gets the out there, and a fielder's choice puts runners in the corners with 1 out. Macy Hancock comes to the plate with runners on the corners. Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner over at first base as Bart Stevenson has a conversation with the home plate umpire. Pinch runner looks to be number 33, Kathleen Keene. We saw her earlier today in Game 1 pinch run. So Bart Stevenson putting speed on the base paths here with the tying run at the plate. 1 out, runners on the corners. Calhoun trying to chip away at a 3-run lead for Coastal South in the top of the 5th inning. Coastal South 8 outs away from a victory and a 4-game sweep over the Warhawks. Pitch misses inside and low. That's ball 1. We'll see if Bart Stevenson wants to put his runner at first in motion with runners in the corners and just 1 out. Another pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Behind the plate, Gabby Miller does have a good arm. This one driven deep left field, but foul again. We've seen a lot of those today by Calhoun, all over some pitches from Kaylee Johnson. driving it deep down the left field line, but foul. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Macy Hancock. Holcomb on at third, King the runner at first. Trailing 4-1. Pitch is high, 3 balls and 1 strike. Needing a strike right here, Kaylee Johnson. 3-1 count on the way. And it's driven left field. Deep. It's gone. Tie ball game. A 3-run home run for Macy Hancock. New ball game here in Bay Minette. 3-run shot for Hancock down the left field line. And it's 4-4 here in the top of the 5th inning. A big home run right there. And now Coastal South will gather in the pitcher's circle. A 3-run top of the 5th. Base runners come back to haunt the Coyotes. It's the second time today we've seen Calhoun work a comeback. In game 1, they came back from down 4-0 to tie the game. Then Coastal South ran away with the game. Nonetheless, a new ball game here as the designated player Corey Campbell steps in for her second plate appearance. All 4 runs today earned against Kaylee Johnson. Next pitch will be pitch number 100 of the ball game, 59 strikes. Check swing. Did she go around? Infield umpire says she did not. Ball 1 to Corey Campbell. Have to imagine this might be the last inning for Kaylee Johnson. Up over 100 pitches. Now this one blooped to left field. That's going to fall. A base hit with 1 out. Calhoun rallying here in the top of the 5th inning. And we will have a pinch hitter here for Tessa Jacobs. Coming to the plate is Madison Rickman. It looks like Kaylee Johnson will be pulled out of the game from the circle. We'll see. A 3-run top of the 5th has tied the ball game. There is a new pitcher. We'll step aside. Pitching change for Coastal South. Brand new ball game, 4-4, top of the 5th. New pitcher for Coastal Alabama South. No surprise here. It's Anna Griggs, who's had the hot hand all series long. A no-hitter yesterday in 5 innings. Picked up the win earlier today in game 1. Over 2 innings of work from out of the bullpen. Did not allow a run off just 1 hit. She pitches with the game tied 4-4 here. And pinch hitter is Madison Rickman, who's pitch hitting for Tessa Jacobs. A 3-run home run from Macy Hancock has tied the game. Squared away 4 runs apiece. Griggs has been excellent all series long. She's also the reigning ACCC co-pitcher of the week in the Alabama Community College Conference. Very likely could pick up that honor again on Monday after a no-hit performance against the Warhawks yesterday evening. This one lined to right field. It's down. A base hit. Calhoun has been hitting the ball well here in the top of the 5th inning. They were being out-hit 7-2, now have picked up 7 hits in the game. They've evened the hit totals. Aaron Barker, the batter, looks like we'll have another pinch runner at first base. Tessa Jacobs likely to come back into the game. It will actually be number, looks like 25 or 15 in the game. It is not Jacobs.
Aaron Barker.
Sarah Snowden, the runner at first. Running for the pinch hitter, Madison Rickman. Still just 1 out on the board. 4-4. Calhoun looking to take the lead. Ground ball, softly hit to Ryan at first. Tosses it to Griggs, who finds the bag. And she's off the bag. Griggs cannot believe it. And she was stepped on. Griggs is hurt. Anna Griggs definitely looked like she stepped on the bag there. It looks like she found it. In fact, she rolled her ankle on the bag. The umpire, who was at shortstop, says she was off the bag. It was softly hit to first base. Ryan fielded it, flipped it over to Griggs covering. Umpire said Griggs was off the bag, and Aaron Barker reached. So the bases will be loaded. Now the umpires are going to have a conversation about it. The main concern right now is that Anna Griggs is okay. Training staff and coaching staff having a conversation with the southpaw. And the umpires uphold their call. My goodness. It's one of those situations where you kind of wish there was a 3-man umpire crew, because it's tough for a shortstop or an umpire that's standing at shortstop to make a call that she was off the bag, especially when the bag is pretty much the same color as the dirt. But nonetheless, bases are loaded for the Warhawks with just 1 out. Trying to take the lead here. Anna Griggs seems to be okay after twisting her ankle just a bit. Stepping on the bag, which the umpire said she did not do.
Now Ben, number 19, Leah Haynes.
9-hole hitter Leah Haynes, steps in with the bases full of Warhawks here. Big spot here for Calhoun Community College. They've left the bases full once before in this game. Looking to retake the lead. Pitch outside, backhand stop by Miller. Haynes is 0 for 2 in this game. Final line for Kaylee Johnson, 4 to 3rd innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. And she's responsible for the runner at 3rd base. That last play does go down as an infield single for Barker. Haynes shows bunt, swings at it, strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Middle infielders playing back here. Or at least the second baseman Taylor Hunt is. Ground ball up the middle, diving attempt. Calhoun has the lead. 1 run home. Here's the second. In there safely. Throw down the second, not inside. A 2-run single from the 9-hole hitter Leah Haynes. And it's 6-4 Calhoun. They've come back to take the lead.
Number 3, Kiera Hall.
A rough inning for Coastal South. Still just 1 out on the top of the order. Comes to the plate. Kiera Hall, the center fielder. Hall is 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Bats here with 2 Warhawks on base, 1 in scoring position. Called strike, no strike. 5-run 5th inning here for the Warhawks against Coastal South. And it's 6-4. And now Calhoun 9 outs away from a win. Ball gets away from Miller. Runners will advance. Now 2 runners in scoring position. That erases the double play possibility. With Kiera Hall up in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch outside, 3 balls, no strikes. So Kaylee Johnson's final line, 5 earned runs off 6 hits, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 4 1/3 innings. Anna Griggs has allowed 3 hits, 1 earned run since coming in from out of the bullpen. And she puts Hall on a 4-pitch walk. Bases loaded once more for the Warhawks. Brings up Kinley Holcomb.
Number 26, Kinley Holcomb.
Kinley Holcomb led off this inning. As the Warhawks have batted around, here comes head coach Mallory Radwich to have a conversation with Griggs. And she's going to make a pitching change. So we'll step aside again here from Bay Minette. New ball game. Calhoun has the lead, 6-4. New pitcher for Coastal Alabama South is Gracie Toledano. Started in game 1 in the field earlier as the starting first baseman, now a relief pitcher here in game 2. 6-4 the score. Calhoun has rallied for 5 runs here in the top of the 5th inning. Still just 1 out and the bases are full. The Warhawks have batted around as Kinley Holcomb takes her 2nd plate appearance of the inning. If the score holds, the loss will belong to Kaylee Johnson, who is charged with 5 earned runs. Hannah Griggs responsible for all 3 runners on base. 1 run has already scored off Griggs. Slapped foul for strike 1. Holcomb started this rally with a pop fly single just past shortstop in left field. Later came around to score. Another pitch outside. Counts even 1 ball and 1 strike to the second baseman Holcomb. 1 for 3 with a run scored in this one. RBI opportunity here for Holcomb. That's past the catcher. Gabby Miller cannot corral it. That will go down as a pass ball, and another run scored here. A costly error there by Miller. She thought she squeezed it. It rolled right to the backstop. 7-4 Calhoun. Both runners advanced as well on the bases. So now 2nd and 3rd with just 1 out. Base open at 1st and a 2-1 count to Kinley Holcomb. An inning to forget here for Coastal Alabama South, and they've still not recorded the 2nd out. This one grounded foul up the line. Ground ball from Holcomb is no sure out. Holcomb has a lot of speed. A win today will be number 20 on the season for Calhoun, and it will snap a 7-game win streak that Coastal South has put together. Ground ball to short. Play is in time at first, but at home it's not in time. An RBI ground out for Kinley Holcomb. It's 8-4, 2 outs on the board. Runners do advance.
Number 23, Abigail Tucker.
Abigail Tucker bats with 2 away. 7-run inning here for Calhoun, leading by 4 runs. Pitch outside, ball 1, close pitch. Just misses the zone. Again, Calhoun will head home to Tanner, Alabama. After this game, they would love to get on the bus with a victory in their pocket. They have suffered 3 losses against Coastal South this weekend. 2 yesterday, 1 earlier today. They have sparked a 7-run inning here in the top of the 5th. The Coastal Alabama pitching staff has struggled to record outs here. To 2-1 counts to Tucker, the left fielder. Grounded to second. This is going to be a tough play. Fielded by the first baseman, and Bree Ryan had no play. Another run home. Nobody covering the bag, and a slow developing play there. An infield single for Abigail Tucker, and it brings up the cleanup batter, Macy Humber. And Humber could put this game out of reach.
Now that Macy Humber.
We've seen Humber's power in this series. And she takes a pitch inside for ball one. Starting this inning, Coastal South only allowed Calhoun 2 hits. Calhoun now has 10 hits in the game after an 8-run fifth. Called strike, 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Humber. A 3-run home run right here from Humber. Or excuse me, a 2-run home run will put the Warhawks up 7 runs. Remember, after 5 innings, the run rule is 8 runs after 5. Pitch outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. On deck is Macy Hancock, who has a 3-run home run this inning for the Warhawks. Here's the 2-1 pitch, inside, ball 3. Good hitters count for a great hitter at the plate, Macy Humber. By the way, Humber did check back into the ballgame. She was pinch run for earlier this inning, but that feels like a while ago. Kathleen Keene came in to run and score for Humber. Ground ball to short. Should be playable. And Lottinger makes the play. Disastrous inning for Coastal South as they allow 8 runs to score. Calhoun has a 9-4 lead. Bottom 5 coming up here from Bay Minette. Momentum on the side of Calhoun Community College after an 8-run 5th inning. They take the lead 9-4 after trailing 4-1. And Coastal South has a lot of work to do, trailing by 5 runs with just 9 outs to play with. 7-8-9 due up here for the Coyotes. Malia Hale, who's 2 for 2, will lead things off. Borden, who is now pitching with the lead, on for her 5th inning of work. Hale is 2 for 2 with an infield single and a single to center field her last time up. And it's now the Coyotes who need to spark a rally. 9 outs to do so, 5, 6, and 7. The innings left here in Game 2 of an afternoon doubleheader, the series finale of a weekend set between Calhoun and Coastal. First pitch to Malia Hale. Drops in there for strike 1. For Borden, 88 pitches, 53 for strikes. She's walked 3, she has struck out 4, allowed 7 hits and 4 earned runs so far in this game. High and away for ball 1. Hale, the left fielder in this one for the Coyotes. Counts even, 1 ball and 1 strike here in the bottom of the 5th. That one in the dirt, 2 balls in, 1 strike now. Coastal South riding a 7-game win streak. 27-14 this year. That one sailed a bit on Borden. And if things unravel here for Borden, I have to imagine that head coach Bart Stevenson will pull her out of the game, approaching 100 pitches. Here's the 3-1 count to Malia Hale. And that is ball 4. Hale's on for the 3rd time today. And once again, every inning, both of these teams have a base runner. Abby Davis is 1 for 1 with an RBI sacrifice fly. Davis singled her last time up. A single up the middle. 8-hole hitter did not start in game 1 earlier today. Starting today for head coach Mallory Radwich in game 2. First pitch is down for ball 1. We've seen Coastal Alabama South put together some big innings before. They can do so again, trailing by 5 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Ground ball right off the pitcher. It's going to be a tough play at first, and not in time. Abby Davis has an infield single. Smoked that ball off the pitcher. Hopefully Borden's okay. And she seems like she's fine. It went off the glove and rolled towards 3rd base. If it rolled to 1st base, Davis is likely out. But Coastal South now in business. 2 have reached to start the bottom of the 5th inning. Grace Langston will bat. Langston is 0 for 1 with an RBI and a strikeout today. She will likely show bunt here. Time is called as assistant coach is headed to the circle to talk with Borden. Exactly how Coastal Alabama South needed to start the bottom of the 5th inning, trailing by 5 runs. Back-to-back hits to start the frame. It's going to be a walk and then a hit to start the frame. Bronwyn Borden, sophomore out of Union Grove, Alabama, stays into the ball game. We'll see what Langston can do at the plate with 2 on, no outs here. Again, Langston is 0 for 1 with an RBI today. She has struck out as well. Shows bunt. And bunts it foul off the end of the bat. Nine for the score after an 8-run top of the 5th inning for Calhoun Community College. Another good bunt, high chopper. This is going to be a tough play, but the throw is well in time. Sacrifice bunt as Langston does her job. 1 out on the board. Brings up the top of the order, Sydney Carpenter, who's 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Carpenter struck out swinging her last time. Chased the pitch outside, which would have been in ball 4. Carpenter looking to put the barrel on the ball, drive it to the outfield to cut into the lead that Calhoun has managed now in the 5th inning. Off-speed pitch is high for ball 1. Top of the order at the plate for the Coyotes of Coastal Alabama. Rounded up the line and quickly down to the count. No balls and 2 strikes is Sydney Carpenter. Carpenter in their final season with the Coyotes. Utility player, she's in her first season, not her second season. My apologies there. Takes an off-speed pitch there for strike 2. Carpenter's from Remlap, Alabama. She's had a great first year. She's listed as a catcher and a utility player. She caught game 1 DP here in game 2. Popped up in the infield off the end of the bat. Second baseman makes the play, and that keeps the runners where they're at. So that is a big out number 2 for Calhoun Community College. Seems like every time Coastal manages base runners early in the inning, a pop out keeps those runners right where they're at. Kaylin Parker will bat with 2 runners in scoring position, 2 away. Bottom 5 here in Bay Minette, Alabama. Coastal South trails 9-4. Driven to right field. Should be playable. Back to the warning track. And dropped in the outfield. That's going to cost Calhoun 2 runs. Aaron Barker could not corral the grab. And it goes down as an E9 2-run score.
Number 5, Taylor.
And hold everything. Coastal South's back into this ball game. Trailing by just 3 runs. Taylor Hunt's had a great game here against Borden. 2 for 3 with a solo home run, a single her last time. Runner in scoring position following the drop fly ball in right field. A costly first error of the game for Calhoun. Now Hunt pops up the first pitch. And miscommunication. The first baseman Humber makes the play, however. That is the 3rd out. 2-run score off an error. It's 9-6. Buckle up. A good finish coming here from Bay Minette on JockJive.
Discover pastry baking at Coastal Alabama Community College.
Think you need a 4-year degree to make good money? Think again. Get training in your own backyard. Master a skill to land a job fast. And start your path to a career that pays. Discover welding at Coastal Alabama Community College. So what are you waiting for?
David Haney back with you from Bay Minette, Alabama. JockJive Sports. Game 2 of an afternoon doubleheader between Coastal Alabama South Softball versus Calhoun Community College. This is Game 4 of a weekend series. Coastal Alabama trying to sweep the Warhawks. However, Calhoun has the lead 9-6 going into the top of the 6th inning. Gracie Toledano back in the circle for her 2nd inning of work. Pitched out of a jam in the 5th where the Warhawks scored 8 runs to grab the lead. Coastal South did chip away at that lead with 2 runs off an error. Last half inning, a dropped fly ball to right field allowed 2 runs to score. It's a 9-6 ball game. And a good finish brewing here. Coastal South looking for their first 1-2-3 inning of the game. This one fouled into the netting, 1-1 the count. Macy Hancock, the batter for the Warhawks. Hancock, a 3-run home run to tie the game back in the top of the 5th. And then the Warhawks continued to rally with 3 more runs. Following that 4-run outburst to start the frame. Again, 8 total runs scored in the top of the 5th, 3 off the homer from Hancock. Calhoun out hitting Coastal Alabama 10-8 in this ballgame. They were being out hit 7-2 entering the 5th. Check swing. Hancock went around for strike 2. Toledano's been pumping strikes since coming in from out of the bullpen last half inning. Ground ball right back to Toledano. And that's an easy out, number 1. A 1-3 putouts. Corey Campbell, the batter now for the Warhawks. Campbell, a reminder, checked in late for an injury. She's taken 2 at-bats, 1 for 2 with a run scored. One of those runs that scored back in the 5th. Came in for Addison Wallace, the BP, who had to leave the game after diving back into third base safely. First pitch to Campbell is outside, ball 1. Both teams back in action on Thursday at their home fields. Coastal will host Shelton State. Ground ball to short. Fielded. A bobblehead out of the glove. It looked like Lottinger struggled to get the ball out of the glove, and Campbell reaches base. See if that goes down as an infield single or an error. Probably should have been made, but it seemed like Lottinger just couldn't get the ball out of her glove. Tessa Jacobs comes in to bat with 1 out, 1 run on. Does go down as an infield single for Campbell. Another ground ball. Fielded by third. Flip over to second for 1. In time, it's first. Not in time. A fielder's choice and out number 2 as Jacob reaches on the fielder's choice. Good play there by Caitlin Parker to make the out at second. I believe we're going to have a pinch runner here for Calhoun. We do. Second time that Tessa Jacobs has checked out of the game, so there might be a new catcher next inning. Abby Guess comes in to run for Jacobs. Actually, Abby Guess is going to be the batter, so erase everything. Jacobs will stay in the game at first base.
Now Ben, number 32, Abby Guess.
And Abby Guess will bat for Aaron Barker, rather. Two-out pinch hitter here, looks at strike 1. Guess batting for Barker with 2 away and 1 runner at first base. This will be a big inning for Coastal South if they can produce a scoreless frame after allowing 8 runs in the 5th 1 inning ago. Be a confidence booster for Toledano on the mound as well, on the rubber. Pitch outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Good idea there by Coastal South pitcher Gracie Toledano. Jacobs the runner at first base following the fielder's choice. And it's outside again, 2 balls and 2 strikes to the pinch hitter Abby Guess. Coastal South baseball on the road, taking on Calhoun in Tanner, Alabama for a doubleheader today. Lost game 1, 20-12, a high-scoring doubleheader. That one almost hit Guess. The count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Needing a strike right here are the Coyotes of Coastal South. Payoff pitch with 2 outs. Runner will be off and moving here. From first base, grounded up the line, foul. And we will reset. At this point, Calhoun just looking for insurance runs against a strong offense in Coastal Alabama South. Coastal Alabama North baseball and softball taking on Marion Military in a doubleheader today. Another payoff pitch on the way, and sliced foul down the right field line. $11 hits for Calhoun in this game. 1 error, 9 runs. 6 runs for Coastal, 8 hits, 1 error for the Coyotes. Third straight time, payoff pitch on the way. Inside, ball 4. 2 runners on now with 2 outs. Leah Haynes
Now Ben, number 19, Leah
will be the batter for Calhoun. Haynes with a 2-run single her last time up. And Barker comes back in to run at first base. So Abby Guest does her job, reaches base after pinch hitting for Barker. Barker now back on at first to run. Leah Haynes, the 9-hole hitter A 2-run single her last time up, later scored. She's 1 for 3. An RBI opportunity here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Slice to right field, racing in. Right fielder makes the play. Abby Davis puts it away. And Calhoun strands 2 more. That is out number 3. Bottom 6 coming up as Coastal trails by 3.
Now Ben, 0-0, 3, Ryan.
Four, 5, and 6 due up for Coastal Alabama South here. Bottom of the 6th inning, trailing by 3. Bree Ryan leads it off. Borden still the pitcher for the Calhoun Warhawks on her 6th inning of work. She's up over 100 pitches, 103 to be exact, 61 for strikes. Bree Ryan's 0 for 1 with 2 walks in this game. Another walk here would put the tying run in the hole. However, a line out to short is out number 1. Gabby Miller came up with a RBI single her last time up. 1 for 3 in this game. Has struck out a couple of times against Borden as well. So 1 away. Again, still looking for our first 1-2-3 inning of the game. Miller shows bunt, pulls back for ball 1. Series finale of a 4-game set this weekend here in Bay Minette between these two teams. Get finished brewing here against Calhoun and Coastal Alabama South. Miller once again shows bunt, pulls back, and she's ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the 2-0 offering. That one drops in there. No, it doesn't. Misses 3-0. Looked good from our vantage point. No argument. Must have been low. 3 balls, no strikes. Gabby Miller at the plate. Shows bunt, pulls back. And that's in there for strike 1. Miller thought that was ball 4, dropped the bat. Now has to pick it up and reset here. Calhoun out hitting Coastal 11-8 in this ball game. The big inning, the story, the 5th inning. And that is ball 4. Gabby Miller will reach.
Now Ben, number 6,
Charlotte Lottinger. 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored will be the batter with a speedster on base. Tying run on deck for Coastal Alabama South, but Lottinger has to reach here. Miller, the runner at first base. And a called strike to Lottinger, the shortstop. Lottinger has reached base safely in all 4 games. She has been outstanding as far as getting on in this in this weekend series against Calhoun. Had 4 RBIs earlier today in game 1. However, down on the count, no balls and 2 strikes here. Has to stay alive and protect the strike zone there. Fouls that one out of play. Miller was off and moving towards second base. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes to Charlotte Lottinger. Waiting on deck is Malia Hale, who's been on base all 3 times she's been up. 2 hits and a walk. Lottinger does not chase. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Big gap in left center field. If Lottinger can place the ball in left center, Miller will come around to score. Swung on and missed on an off-speed pitch out of the zone. And that is out number 2. Keeps Miller at first base on the strikeouts. 5th strikeout of the game for Borden. And Malia Hale, who has 2 hits and a walk and 3 plate appearances, will try to keep this inning alive here. Here's the first pitch to Malia Hale, the left fielder. Grounded between the second baseman and first base hole. 3rd hit of the day for Malia Hale. Outstanding day for Hale. And it keeps this inning alive and brings the tying run to the plate. Abby Davis has also had a strong day. 2 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, an RBI, and a run scored from the 8 hole in the lineup. Bottom of the order has been doing their job. Between Malia Hale and Abby Davis, who did not start in game 1, they have a combined 5 hits in 5 plate appearances. Called strike to Davis.
So 9 hits.
9 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Coastal South. Off-speed pitch in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike to Davis. A 2-out rally here. The bottom of the 6th inning. Driven to left field, but foul. Davis was all over that pitch. Count now 1-2 to the right fielder. On deck is Grace Langston. Tying run at the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Coyotes trying to spark a 2-out rally. Just off the plate. Good frame job there by Tessa Jacobs, but second ball of the at-bat for Davis. Big spot here for the right fielder. Takes an off-speed pitch. Nice take there. The count's now full. Runners will be off and moving here. Full count pitch. 2 outs. Davis at the plate. Langston on deck. Go-ahead run on deck for the Coyotes. Payoff pitch. Grounded up the middle. Another hit for Davis. 3rd hit of the game. Here comes Miller. And Hale is thrown out at second. The run does not score, says the home plate umpire. And Miller absolutely crossed home plate before the out was called. So the run does not count. It's a 3rd out. I cannot believe that the home plate umpire said the run did not count at home plate. Miller was in at home safely before Hale was tagged at second. Nonetheless, that ends the inning. And Coastal strands a couple of base runners trailing by 3. A tough break there for the Coyotes. We'll step aside here on JockJive Sports.
You see an empty field. We see a world-class tournament. We see an amazing wedding day. An empty stadium becomes a music festival. We see a blank canvas. We're the people who bring the biggest events to life. Discover event planning at Coastal Alabama Community College.
During the commercial break, head coach Mallory Radwich was not happy with the home plate umpire. She has a right to be hot with him. Should have been a run scored before the out at second base. The runner was tagged out for overrunning the bag. However, Gabby Miller was in at home plate well in time before that tag was applied, and that took a run off the board for Coastal South, trailing by 3. They needed that run. A break for Calhoun as we start the 7th and final inning here. It's 9-6, and right now the Warhawks looking for some insurance runs. Line score as it reads right now, 9 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for Calhoun. 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for Coastal Alabama South. Top of the order leads things off. Kiera Hall for Calhoun takes ball 1. Gracie Toledano back in the circle for her 3rd inning of work from out of the bullpen. She's been excellent, keeping the Warhawks in check here. Good bunt there by Hall, but it rolls foul. Nice job by the defense to let that ball roll foul, knowing that there was going to be no play regardless if he fielded it, so why not let the ball roll foul? So Kiera Hall comes back to the plate with a 1-1 count. Again, Calhoun looking for some insurance runs here. Hall's 0 for 2 with a run scored, but has walked twice in this ball game. 2 balls and 1 strike. Been a great crowd all day long, sophomore day. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Hall. It's way outside for ball 3. Last thing that Coastal can do right here is allow another base runner. Calhoun has been on base all game long. In fact, there's been no 1-2-3 inning in the game for either side. Calhoun has left a lot of runners on base. The big inning coming in the 5th where they scored 8. Hall with a big swing. She's late and fouls it to the parking lot. Coastal Alabama South, beautiful campus in Bay Minette, Alabama. You're watching JockJive Sports on YouTube. ACCC Softball. Lined up the middle, base hit for Kiera Hall. First hit of the game for Hall, 3rd time she's been aboard. And a good start to the top of the 7th for Calhoun Community College. Kinley Holcomb comes to the plate from the left side.
Number 26, Kinley Holcomb.
Holcomb's 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run. Blooped a single to left field for her lone hit of the game. Hall fakes a steal. A called strike to Holcomb. Calhoun trying to score any run they can here late in the ball game, knowing that Coastal South's a strong offense. They have run ruled the Warhawks twice in this series. Pitch outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Reminder, this series started yesterday with a 7-3 win for Coastal in Game 1 in that of a Friday doubleheader. In Game 2, a no-hitter thrown by Anna Griggs and an 11-0 victory in 5 innings. That bunt rolls foul. Then earlier today, a 12-4 6-inning game. Coastal South's offense sparked late. Pushed across 4 runs in the 6th to end the game early. And here, Coastal South trails 9-6 as Calhoun tries to salvage the series finale and head home with some smiles and a W in their pocket. 1-2 pitch to Holcomb. Thought about it. Takes outside for ball 2. Holcomb, a lot of speed. If she hits a ground ball, it's no sure out. She can get up the line quickly. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Pokes it up the line. Just foul. Caitlin Parker with the backhand. That was going to be a tough play if it was fair. Holcomb was already halfway up the line before Parker even fielded it. Kiera Hall, the runner at first after a leadoff single, 12 hits in the game for the Warhawks. Another ground ball to third. Parker fields it, makes the play at first, and does advance Kiera Hall to second. Runner in scoring position with 1 out here in the top of the 7th.
Now bat, number 23, Abigail Tucker.
Abigail Tucker Comes to the plate. Tucker's had a good game, 2 for 3 with a walk. She's been aboard 3 times, also has an RBI to her name. First pitch to Tucker is outside. Toledano attacking that outside part of the plate to lefties. Coyotes trail by 3 in the final inning. Another outside pitch for ball 2. Need Tucker to get out here because you have some dangerous hitters on deck. Macy Humber and Macy Hancock have had strong days today against the Coastal South softball pitching staff. Another outside pitch, 3-0 the count to Tucker, who's likely taking all the way here. Humber looms on deck, 1 for 3 in this one, but did homer in game 1 earlier today. A deep home run ball hit to the word Coastal out there in left center field. And that's a called strike to Tucker. The Warhawks trying to put this game out of reach, still leading by 3. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Just out of reach from the diving Taylor Hunt. And that is a massive RBI single for Abigail Tucker. Her 3rd hit of the game, 2nd RBI, and the 4th time she has reached. It's 10-6 Calhoun. Brings up Macy Humber. 10-6 the score at the top of the 7th inning. Time is called on the field. Now we're set to resume action. 4-run lead. Still just 1 out. Runner at first. Ground ball back to the circle. Play over at first in time. Runner does advance. And that's 2 outs. For a moment, it looked like Toledano was going to throw it to second, but the speed of Abigail Tucker was just too much. Get the sure out at first, and now pitch to Hancock with 2 away. It was a big insurance run for Calhoun. We'll see if it matters in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Getting a little darker outside. Might have a shower passing through soon. Wind continuing to blow. It's blown steady for about 5 hours. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Driven to deep right center field, but playable. And that is out number 3. However, Calhoun pushes across an insurance run. It's 10-6, bottom 7 coming up. The Coyotes need 4 to tie and 5 to win it. We'll be right back on JockJive.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Welcome back to JockJiveSports.com. 10-6 to score. Calhoun trying to salvage this 4-game series in Baby Nut this weekend. They lead 10-6 with the Coyotes needing 4 runs to tie it here. 5 to win it. Grace Langston will lead things off against Borden, who's looking for a complete game win for the Warhawks here in the 7th. First pitch to Langston outside. 9-1-2 due up. Bronwyn Borden again looking for a complete game win here. Did allow 4 runs, or excuse me, 6 runs across the middle innings. However, kept the Coyotes off the scoreboard in the bottom half of the 6th, trying to do the same here in the bottom of the 7th. Langston ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Third pitch outside. There has not been a clean inning in this game. Every inning has seen a base runner. Coastal Alabama South Tennis also picked up a couple of wins. 6-3 wins for both the men's and women's team. Copiah Lincoln and Mobile, Alabama. That was played at the Mobile Tennis Center. A quick conversation in the pitching circle. Bronwyn Borden trying to finish out this game. However, down in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Well over 100 pitches for Borden. 124 to be exact, 71 for strikes. Have to imagine fatigue might be an issue here in the 7th inning. Coastal South needs base runners, trailing by 4 in the bottom half of the 7th inning here, trying to come back and sweep the Calhoun Warhawks in this 4-game weekend set. 3-0 pitch. Langston shows bunt. Looks at strike 1. That one's strike 2, and the count's now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good meeting there for the assistant coach talking with Borden. She's thrown 2 strikes since that meeting. And that one's high, ball 4. Leadoff base runner for the Coyotes. That's exactly what Coastal South needs. Brings up the top of the order, Sydney Carpenter. As Coastal South looking to rally here in the bottom of the 7th, trailing by 4. First pitch to Carpenter. And it hits her on the hands. Hold everything, folks. Coastal South in business. Tying run will be on deck. Kaylin Parker comes to the plate, who's 0 for 4. On deck is Taylor Hunt, who's 2 for 4 with a single and a homer today against Borden. Can the Coyotes rally here in the bottom half of the 7th? 2 are on base with no outs. Mallory Radwich is going to have a conversation with the home plate umpire now. Likely will be a pinch runner for Sydney Carpenter at first. Riley Bennett will run for Carpenter at first. Again, Kaylin Parker 0 for 4. Due for a hit here. Biggest spot of the game. With the tying run still on deck, the winning run in the hole. Kaylin Parker does have some pop. She's homered in this series. Looking to reach base here to bring up the tying run. Called strike to Parker, the third baseman. Some of the Coastal South fans thought that pitch was up. No balls, 1 strike in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Langston on at second. Bennett, the runner, at first base. Pinch running for Sydney Carpenter. Here's a 1-1 offering. That's inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Have to imagine if Borden puts Parker on base here, her day will likely be over. Again, we can't see the bullpens here from our press box. Not sure if there's any action for Calhoun. That ball's in the dirt. 3 balls and 1 strike. Reminder, the tying run is on deck with Coastal South trailing by 4. Here's the 3-1 offering. Parker swings, drives one deep center field, racing back. What a grab by the outfielder, Kiara Hall. And she's out at second and out at third. A triple play ends it. Unbelievable. Coastal South thought the ball was down. Kiara Hall made the play, a great grab on the warning track, and both runners were thrown out on the base paths. Unbelievable. A triple play ends the ball game, and Calhoun wins it by this final score, 10-6. Cannot believe that's how the ball game ended. Coastal South was rallying. The first two reached a line drive to center field. Hall made the play, and again, the runners were thrown out at second and first. A triple play ends the game, and Calhoun Community College salvages the 4-game series this weekend in Bay Minette. Wow! That will do it for us here on JockJive. An exciting doubleheader today. This series saw ejections, run rule wins, home runs, some questionable calls, and now a triple play to end the weekend set between Calhoun and Coastal South. We hope you enjoyed it. Coastal South will be back in action on JockJive Thursday. 1 o'clock doubleheader against Shelton State Community College right here in Bay Minette. 10-6 the final. Calhoun salvages the series, but Coastal South wins it 3-1 on the weekend. Thank you for joining us on your Saturday. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you back here Thursday for a doubleheader against Shelton State. David Haney saying good night from JockJive Sports.